Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome back to Robberg Equestrian Park, who are hosting the Equine-Librium Grand Prix here this weekend. We're about to kick off with our 110 two-phase competition here this afternoon. Looks like we've sorted out all the little gremlins that come along with technology. So we're going to be kicking off with the action of that class shortly. Just while we have a moment, I want to take this chance to thank all of our sponsors for the show. Our four main sponsors: Equine-Librium, Blue Steel, Maximum Animal Health, and Aquatred. Huge thank you to those sponsors for also sponsoring the live streaming. And then to all of our other sponsors that have made this show possible: Knight Frank, Feuerbach, Nova Zonestral, Buco, Ebb and Flow Stables, Apex, Horse ETC Tack Shop, The Mounting Block, Animotion, Beamer, Grape Alliance Marketing, and Fulvic Health, and Scope Veterinary Physiotherapy. Massive shout out to those sponsors for making this event the world-class event that it is. Mounting Block, Motion. Massive shout out to those sponsors. We're just giving our riders their last chance to go over their track. While we look at the beautiful view here in Plet, I think this Robberg Equestrian Park is the closest thing to coastal show Africa, and this venue is absolutely amazing. I had a walk around the course just now, and the surface is fantastic. The horses have really been jumping well all morning, so we've got an action-packed afternoon lined up for you, leading up to our under 25 Western Cape Championship, which will be over a 130-135 track. We have 14 riders competing in that class to take top honors. That class very kindly sponsored by Apex Animal Health. But up first, we have the 110 two-phase competition. As soon as the competitors are finished walking that course, we'll have 23 riders fighting it out for top honors. We're going to just take a moment, wait for number one to head over from the warm-up arena, and we will be kicking off with all that action for you shortly.
That was about to clear the course. Can we please have our first competitor?
Again, off their eye around the turn to number 5, the Knight Frank Oxer. Then jump number 6, the John Deere Double, is the last obstacle in our first phase. Then the riders' time will start as they make their way around to that big ox on the short side, number 7. Good gallop down to the Sabrina Love vertical. Unfortunately, that just tips off behind for Gabriela and Princess Ida. Make that turn back to 9. 7 strides down to 10. Gabby giving her horse good space there with her shoulders. Just the last double to go. Great shot in. Leaves it up. 4 time of 34.69. Really good effort from that pair. Big smiles all around. Gabby gives her horse a massive pat. Looks like she's pleased with their efforts today. Number 2 up next, we have P.E. Sadlery Africa's Gold, ridden today by Erin Ray Ratcliffe. Africa's Gold is an 11-year-old thoroughbred by Judd Pot out of an Al Mufti mare. See Erin riding in. Horse showing big scope there at number 5, the Knight Frank Oxer. Quite a testing track here, said Brett Weber. The riders have a big, confident ride to number 5 and then tight turn up to afterwards on Deere verticals, which is quite a test of care. And again, 3 or 4 fences quite wide, quite spread out. And then double oxer to vertical. Test of the 110 two-phase competition. For their future careers. Like we always say, it's hard to beat a bred on his day. Front rail of that number 3. For the viewers at home, I think you can see how light this equipment is. Barely laying a toe on the front rail and the pole. Just to elaborate a little bit on that equipment, there were high winds here in late, unfortunately causing the show the day. But this equipment is so light that the wind was blowing the poles out. So it shows you just how much the equipment has been improved over the years, and obviously all with the idea of good sport and keeping the horse's best interest at heart. Steadies the horse nicely down there on the 7 strides to number 10. Great shot at the double. Leaves it up. Comes home with the 4 faults and a 0. So still in search of our first clear round. Number 4 7-year-old Rendezvous. Can she be our first clear this afternoon here in Plet? Very stylish jump over number 1. By Rondemar. The Rondemars have really all been so impressive. It's been a big part of Capital Stud's breeding project. Not so many years ago, Rondemar himself competed at the World Equestrian Games with Johan Lotte. Really flew the South African flag high. I see the team from Nova's Onestrals, the people behind Johan, the owners behind Johan, Lynn Rowan, are here at the show today. Lovely to be on their home turf for once, of all the Cape Townians traveling across the country. This is a fantastic venue for all of them, and I think one that's already picking up a lot of popularity. This show was sold out, and their next show, the Ocean Cup, was sold out within 12 hours. So the riders showing that they really enjoy this venue, and I think who wouldn't? Facilities like this, it's a hard venue to beat, and a destination at that as well. Unfortunately, another rail going down, so it comes home with 4 faults in a time of 36.29. So the 4 horses having gone, we're still in search of that first clear round. Shows you that Brett Weber has set quite a testing track here today. 5 up next, Place de Marche and Jenna Corrie riding for Hannah Campbell. Interesting to see, it's another thoroughbred. Place de Marche by Philanthropist. So 4 out of our first 5 horses, all thoroughbreds, showing that they still really have a place in South African show jumping and can hold their own against all the fancy warm. Jenna and Place de Marche really showing good ground speed here. Looks like she means business. This horse goes in a combination bit setup. Really looks like helps the horse carry his head in a good way. Looks steady in the contact. Jenna's been super through this track, just 1 from home. Could this be our first clear? Little deep jumping in, gets out, and it's our first clear round. And a quick one at that, 34.12, our first clear round, and going into the lead as it stands, Jenna Corrie and Place de Marche. We often find that when we have our first clear round, it's sort of like the floodgates open. So I think Brett Weber will have a breath of relief there, hoping that he's got many more clear rounds to follow through. I think the course designers always want these lower grades to, or these less experienced horses, to have a pleasant outing, and I think so far he's done just that. If you look at the worst result so far here in this class being 4 faults, horses have obviously jumped this track confidently. Number 7 on track now. It's the 15-year-old Poland's Laredo with Sonia de Kock. Poland's Laredo by Larino out of a Wachmann mare. Sonia always immaculately turned out, and a very effective and stylish rider to watch. And it looks like in Poland's Lorito, she found herself a good match because this horse is super stylish and effective himself. You see Coach Damien Stevens here on the sidelines watching closely. And like we said, once one goes clear, often we have many that follow. And that's another beautiful clear round to watch. Absolute equitation, not the fastest round, 41.09, but big smiles all round. She'll be super pleased with her horse there. Wilson de Kock. Great round. Number 8, next it's the 10-year-old Beach Evans Elena. Susie Lubner, local lady. Lovely for them to have this beautiful facility right on their doorstep. Elena, a lovely daughter of Aldo out of a Camden Park. Anyone who's been following the South African show jumping scene will probably have a little love affair with Aldo. We've all watched him for years with Ashley Healy and Ronnie Healy being so successful in the ring. I know he had a little break now from the sport due to injury, but he is on the mend, back doing his rehab. So I'm sure we're going to see him back at the top of South African show jumping leagues in the not too distant future. And here in Elena we can see the quality that Aldo's been producing across the country with all his progeny. Susie putting together a really smart round here so far. Read from home. Balances nicely in the 7 from 9 to 10. Nips inside to the double. Shots. And it's another 37.50. All clear for Susie Lubner and Beach Havens Elena. Lovely, lovely round, and our is getting stronger and stronger as we go through this class. Lizelle Birchall comes next, riding for the Camelot Stud. And she brings in number 9, Camelot Stud's Callao Champagne. Lovely 8-year-old by Callao Chiletto out of an Acarado mare. For our viewers at home, you can see Lizelle rides in an air jacket, protective jacket, just to look after. Lovely round by Lizelle and Camelot Studs Callao Champagne. Up, it's the very striking number 10, Dollar 4. Sure. Phenomenal show jumpers. They have a fantastic breeding program here in the Cape. And this horse is a fantastic advert of what they've been able to produce, their breeding efforts. So, marking underneath his tummy. And there's a strong superstition, I would call it probably, in the show jumping community, that often when horses have those white patches or white flecks or a white marking, that they're sort of blessed to be pretty spectacular in their careers. And this horse looks like it's got a big future ahead of it. Super scopy, lovely rideability, and we see a horse getting a big pat as he goes through the finish line. Rivendell Black Pepper, lovely round for Rivendell Black Pepper and Carla 4. So from one superstar youngster to another, up next we have Oshienko with Ivan van der Sade riding for wife Savannah. Let me tell you, viewers, you're in for a treat if it's the first time you're getting to watch this stallion. Just a 5-year-old, son of Verdi. He's been used this season in quite a few breeding operations. It's going to be exciting to see what he produces. And with Ivan in the saddle, we're sure to see the very best. As he goes around here, and giving the jumps a foot of room as well. Really enjoying his job. Looks an absolute picture as he canters along, just floating across the magnificent surface here. Robert Equestrian Park. And at just 5 years old, I mean, this horse has a lot of strengthening and growing up to do still. I say that, it's hard to believe when Ivan's busy cantering around like this, pretty much giving a masterclass. I think I've seen quite a few of Ivan's training videos. He gets help. He gets quite a bit of help from Damian Stevens. Very knowledgeable instructor to have in your corner. Someone who has great feel for horses and a great way of being able to teach riders. A very sympathetic way and a way that so many riders can follow. Ivan making his way to that last double. Leaves all the fences up, comes home clean for jumping. Just waiting for the timekeepers to confirm that time allowed. Ivan coming home with 8 faults for time and a time of 48.22. But he won't be displeased with that at all for that young 5-year-old stallion that has a big, big future ahead of him. What a lovely horse, and I think with Ivan in the stirrups, for sure we're going to see the best out of that magnificent stallion. Number 12 on track next, we have Assegai Baylor with Sienna Sheba in the saddle. Assegai Baylor, an 8-year-old. Rivaldo out of a Supreme mare. Horse showing great technique there. Oxer number 5. So as the riders land after that John Deere double, then they have to put their foot down. That's when they start against the clock. They need to really move if they want the podium. That also has a massive stride. She really had her work cut out to balance him up in the 7 strides from 9 to 10, but did it well. Good shot into the last double. Comes a time of 36.61. So the clear's coming thick and fast here as we make our way to the middle of the class. Number 13, Camora, Jamie Alexander, young lady, Johannesburg. Capital Camora, an 8-year-old by Kronos out of an 8-year-old mare. Lovely to see this horse in the ring. She was one of the picks off the Capital Stud auction, a real showstopper. And her time in producing her really correctly. In her earlier days, the horse's production was done a lot at RH Equestrian with Ronnie Healy, a superstar himself who knows exactly how to produce these super careful modern day sport horses. So she's had all the right years, and I think he's doing a fantastic job with her. And it's going to be exciting to see where this combination goes. Bowls down in the 7 strides there from 9 to 10. It's a little deep, that last double. So just the 1 rail down in a time of 37.78. I walked this track and I thought that double would ride quite big coming back up the hill towards the end of the track. Oxa jumping in, but the horses jumped it really, really well. Fortunately, having an early rail there, but seen that fence go down a few times already in this class. Horse showing great technique there over number 7. First fence of the second phase. Unfortunately, maybe just rolling a little deep to that Sabrina Love vertical. Does well to balance the horse down there. In the saddle, she made no mistake down the 6 stride, 2 to 3. the horse good space. I'm clear in time of 46.8. Beautifully ridden round there by Roslyn. I've just heard now that is only that horse's third 110 class in his life, so real great effort there by Kilshane Dunderhall. So our next horse due in is number 16, Eagles Licorice, with Josie Gerber riding for owner and mom, Robin Gerber. I think we're just going to give her a moment to make her way down from the warm-up arena. So it looks like we're not going to have Eagles Licorice. We're going to have number 17 up next, Milkwood Stud Redemption, ridden by Caleb Seaton-Smith. Lovely 6-year-old by Rico out of an Ondel V mare. Just 6 years old, one of our younger horses in the class. But under the skilled hand of Caleb Seaton-Smith, I'm sure we're in for a good round here. Shying away from the side of the school a little bit. Caleb just keeping her calm and straight down that line from 2 to 3. Another horse that really just uses her body in all the right ways. Really pricks her ears on the last few strides to the fence, sizes it up, and then puts in a big effort every time. Look at her, careful there through the double of verticals. Big expressive jump over number 7. Takes that inside line from 8 to 9. Good shot. Has to balance on the 7. Gets the inside turn. Good shot at the last. Leaves it up, and that's quick. Comes home clear in a time of 35.33. Super round there for Caleb. And Milkwood Stud Redemption. Just for our viewers at home, I don't have our normal link to the judges box, so I'm having to try keep the times written down here as they go. So unfortunately, I won't be able to have a sort of running list of the places, but we'll do our best to keep you well informed. Rivendell Lumineer on track now, number 18. Ridden by Georgia Beat for Siobhan Wall. Magnificent looking young horse. Rivendell Lumiere, 10-year-old by Lissabon. Georgia is an absolute master at producing these young horses. She's been doing it for a long time and knows exactly how to get the best out of every horse that she rides and how to adapt to the way each horse needs to be ridden. I know Damien Stevens gives her a lot of help. So far an immaculate round. And like we love to say, absolute equitation there by Rivendell Lumiere looking a picture, and that's an exciting horse for the future of the show jumping sport here in South Africa. Starting their way on, we have Gabriella Byrne returning for her second trip around this Weber design course. She is in number 19, Ramcat. Ramcat, an 8-year-old thoroughbred by Where's That Tiger, out of a Good Reason mare. Good positive ride there. And now she needs to keep her turn to go at the back of number 8. She's up to the ground. She's moving. Turning up to that last double. Leaves it up and comes home with a clear round in a time of 38.10. Great effort there by Gabriella Berman and Ramcat to earn their first clear round of the competition. Number 20 up next, Calaho Bonato with Mikabuta. Calaho Bonato, a 9-year-old by Bergcraft out of a modern day mare. This horse did a short stint in Joburg up at Liam Stevens' yard, Dyer's stables. I think I rode him a few times while he was there. A lovely, lovely horse that Mika does a fantastic job with. She's really produced this horse slowly and correctly. And I think it's starting to show with the results that she's churning out here. She's clear through the first phase of this competition. Now she needs to keep moving if she wants to be in the tickets. Another one of our riders electing to go around from jumps 8 to 9. Possibly with championship day tomorrow. The riders just feeling like they need to set their horses up properly for that class, where we have very large amounts of sponsored prize money up for grabs that our riders will be hunting down. But a lovely clear round there for Calaho Bonato. Comes home clear in a time of 40.61. Beautifully ridden by Mikabuta. And that will set them up very well for tomorrow's championship. Number 21 up next, Frischgewagt Legolas. Tammy Burton Moore in the saddle for owner Bridget Atwood. Frischgewagt Legolas, an 8-year-old by Capital Wikaleto Z out of a Chicaleto Z mare. So that win. Then we'll chat with Susan earlier. She said Beetle Bomb really is the bomb. He's a fantastic thoroughbred that's jumped lots of big class. Susan's just getting in. Susan always a little bit in front of the vertical, going with the horse, starting a little bit at that American style, very soft. Patient on the 7 there, just the last ball to go. It's great shot jumping. And she comes home clear in a time of 33.45. And there we have it. Sounds like just confirmed by the judges box. Place good enough, that speed good enough to go into first place at the moment for Susan Turner and Knight Frank Beetlebomb with just one horse. We have our last horse for the competition, Spanish Skyfall, number 23, starting on track with Pippa Squire. Spanish Skyfall, another gelding by Consuelo. We see that Consuelo blood popping up so much in our South African show jumping horses. Consuelo's really left his mark on the South African sport. They've all been so successful. Often that characteristic big back end when they jump. Pippa moving around that beautifully. She cut aside the start flags there to number 9. Very good turn at the back of number 10. Oh, and unfortunately, just coming up at the last. Like I mentioned earlier, I thought when I walked the track that double would ride quite big coming out of that turn. Oxer jumping in at your last fence. No mistake second time round. Comes home with big pats all round. Foot perfect to the last. Unfortunately not their day today, but they'll be back to fight another day tomorrow in that 110 championship class for sure. So viewers, I'm going to take a quick break while we tally up those final results. And we'll be back with you shortly with the prize giving of this, the 110 competition in 2 phases. Don't go too far. We'll be back with you now. Sorry viewers for that slight break in commentary. We are back with the 120 competition in 2 phases. We've just seen Georgie Gerber and Lady Didio going clear in a time of 40.66, looking to chase down that time up next. We have Jessica Smith riding Ebb and Flow Streaming. Lovely thoroughbred by JPEG. She looks quick here so far. Sets the horse up well for that blue steel vertical at number 4. Stays on the inside line, moving forward to the Knight Frank Oxer at 5, but unfortunately that inside turn not paying dividends today. Really neat through that John Deere double. This thoroughbred really does look to have it all. Good ground speed, lovely technique at the fence. Throws a fantastic shape. Very, very keen on doing his job. Just this last double to go, the Dunlop Zone double. Big Oxer jumping in, careful jumping out. Comes home with just the 4 faults. In a good time of 38 seconds, so she broke that 40-second barrier. But unfortunately having the 1 down along the way. Number 4 up next, it's Miss Sandy Catch with Samantha Cole. Miss Sandy Catch, lovely 10-year-old by Casper out of a Delgado mare. Very classical way of going. Ridden in simple tack, we see just a snaffle. Samantha taking the safer route to number 5, going around, or showing a big expressive jump there. Great body control through the double. See how Samantha always looking so organized. I think for our viewers at home, if you notice, she's always looking early to her next fence. It makes for good smooth riding. Knows exactly where she is every step of the way. Little rub there at number 9, but gets away with it. Leaves the last double up with a big smile. Comes home clear for jumping.
Do you want a laptop, do you? Then you can try and get your laptop set up there so you can see a bit better. I can see, it's just I have to try and listen all the time. So just a laptop, just turn the volume down if you want. No, you have I've got it. Sure, good charge.
Sarah Smith up next, and she brings in number 5, El Clasico. El Clasico, another lovely thoroughbred by Argonauts out of a Fortwood mare. Sarah taking that inside line to number 5 and riding it beautifully. Neat and tidy through the double. Sounds like a bit of a crowd favorite. Lots of cheering on from the sidelines here. Ooh, our first rider to nip inside number 1 back to number 9. Leaves it up. Again, inside number 7 to the last. Uses her voice to good effect through the last double. She leaves them all up, comes home clear. So she goes into the lead, 35-13. Let me tell you, with those tight turns, that time is going to take some beating. Looking to do just that up next, Jessica Jane Hall. She brings in number 6, Poland's Macchiato. Now a 14-year-old gelding by Milan out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare. This horse in his early days, produced by Jonathan Clark, the master himself, and then has found himself a very fitting partner in Jess. They've already had such a successful partnership, looking to put themselves in the prizes here today in this 122 phase competition. Looks like the horse just lost a little concentration going to number 7 there. So it looks like Sarah Smith, still the only rider that we've seen all day to make that inside turn from 8 to 9. Inside jump number 1, the Biogen Oxa. And it showed in that time of 35-13 just how much time it saved. Jess still sounding super pleased with Macchiato. Comes home with just the 4 faults. Time of 36.40. Ella Murphy goes next. She brings in number 7, Foresight Nickelodeon, bred by the Foresight stud in Natal. Nickelodeon's by Candy Denunchil out of a Lincoln mare called Leah that Grant Langley was so successful on in her show jumping career. A horse I see still owned by Grant Langley. So it shows that how much faith and trust he has in this talented young rider, Ella. I watched this combination jumping at the Shangweni Junior Champs, I think it was last year. They can be super competitive. We see how quick she is round the turn from 5 to 6. Now her time starts. Good positive ride to that Oxford number 7. Doesn't look like she's slowing up here to 8. Nips inside, but she's elected to go around number 1, the Biogen Oxa. Our current leader, Sarah Smith, went inside there. Let's see if Ella's ground speed can bring her close to that time of 35.13 that Sarah posted. Leaves the last up. So it comes home clear in a time of 33.70. So even with going around, that puts her into the lead as it stands. So she shows that a good ground speed, you don't necessarily have to take the shortest route as long as the riders keep moving forward. Sets a super leading time of 33.70. Next up, Kelly Searle, riding for owner Vida Bacon. She brings in number 8, Equine-Librium Davenport Casanova. Casanova, another lovely progeny of Consuelo. Horse that was originally produced by Ivan van der Sade And looks like he's found a great partner in Kelly Searle. Herself such a successful show jumper so early in her career already. Moves on from 7 to 8. Really neat line there, 7 to 8, and she does make that inside turn. Big push at number 9. She's been really tight here. Comes home clear. Time of 31.90. Good enough to take the lead so far. Just under 2 seconds ahead of Ella Murphy. Fantastic riding there by Kelly Searle. Shows how to go quick and tight. Laying that time down to beat of 31.90. Great round there from that pair. Amy Baines up next. She brings in number 9, Font Enduro. Just politely saying hello to the live stream team here on the side. Font Enduro, lovely 9-year-old by Aldo. We've already seen some of Aldo's progeny cantering around here today. Already starting to leave his mark on the show jumping community here in South Africa. I have a young Aldo at home and he's been a treat to work with. Amy keeping her lines really tight. She's elected to go around from 8 to 9. Fontenduro really does look like he has it all. Looks like he's destined to jump some big fences in his career. And with such a good jockey like Amy on his back, I don't think it'll be long before we see him jumping up into the open grades, right to the top. Lovely, lovely round there. Comes home clear in a time of 35.18. So next up, number 10. It's Midas Touch Salinero. Tracy Kennedy in the saddle. Midas Touch Salinero, an 8-year-old by Santorini, out of an Ondel V mare. Very striking horse to watch. Big back end over number 1, flicks his tail. The horse possibly getting a little distracted with the action on the side of the arena there. Big press down there on the way to number 3. Tracy does a great job getting the horse to move up. A little cluck of encouragement. Looks like Salinero really getting into the swing of things here, further on to the track. And again, one of the jumps placed close to the side of the school, just proving to be a bit of a distraction for Midas Touch Salinero. So next up, number 11, and a partnership that I'm really excited to watch flourish. It's number 11, Ebb and Flow Font Count Capri. Annabelle Noakes Dobson in the saddle for owner and trainer AJ Rademacher. Count Capri by Font Corbet. An experienced horse. That AJ Rademacher has ridden right to the very top of the sport. And it's going to be lovely to watch this partnership flourish underneath his tuition. Annabelle is super, one of our very, very good young riders, up-and-coming riders. And a great progress in her riding. This talented horse. You can see he's super playful. But it'll be a big change for Annabelle, moving off of ponies onto these big scopy horses. Often takes a little bit of time, but looks like she's fitting right into this here.
Okay, but we first need to lift this up and put that thing underneath.
Can see AJ giving a lot of encouragement from the side of the arena, something that's become characteristic of his training. Wow, fantastic effort over number 8 there. This horse looking like he's really enjoying his new role. In showing Annabelle the ropes around these bigger grades. Comes home clear with big, big pats. And I think their team will be super pleased with that. Comes home clear in a time of 38.41. Very, very good effort there. Puts her into 3rd place as it stands. Marengo on track now with Kate Scott, and she brings in number 12. Unfortunately, an early rail going down there at number 2. This horse looks like it gets quite keen in front of the fence. Kate really has to do her best to keep a lid on him. Although he gets so keen, he's still very, very careful at the fences. You can see it doesn't fluster Kate at all, that the horse has that little surge towards the end of his approach. Something she's obviously become accustomed to with him. Does a good job balancing him up there to number 10. Leaves the last up, and it's another clear round. This time in a time of 40.72 seconds. Great round, and I think if we see them into the jump off tomorrow, they're going to be super speedy in that 120 championship class. Fantastic round there by Kate Scott and Marengo. Georgina Ratcliffe goes next, riding for Nova Zonestral. She brings in number 13, Nova Zonestral, Carme. Carme, lovely 8-year-old mare by Kanan out of a Randall Z mare. Georgina always so stylish in her production of these young horses. And this looks like another exciting one for the future for her in her string. Very tactful in the way she kept her straight there. Georgina herself has ridden to the very top of the sport. Always a bit of a bonus for the horses to be produced by someone who's so experienced and mileaged. And such a kind, caring horsewoman as well. Makes the job always easier for the horses. Fantastic effort there by Georgina. Comes home clear in a time of 36.95. Daniela Smith goes next, and she brings in Rivervale's CEO for Klein Champagne. Rivervale's CEO, 7-year-old by Cody Island, out of a Johnson mare. Daniela's always been a fantastic event rider, but she really blew onto the scene in the last 2 years, jumping at Grand Prix level. On her fantastic mare, First L. First L is a big scopy mare, and I must say Rivervale's CEO looking much the same. Oh, just getting down, becoming a victim of his scope there, getting down that distance too quickly in the 7 strides. But I don't think Daniela will be too perturbed by that. That horse looks like he's got big classes written all over his name. Fortunately 4 faults, but in a good time of 36.90. I think Daniela will be pleased with that. She's definitely got herself a Grand Prix horse in the making there, with Rivervale's CEO. Number 15 up next. It's Bel Air, ridden by Iona Slingsby. Bel Airs by Baccio out of an Ondel V mare. Iona just keeping an inside track there to 4, allowing her to keep the horse a little more collected in the first phase of this competition. Taking a tighter line to stay inside that time allowed. Let's see if she's going to let the hammer down here in the second part of this course. Oh, unfortunately the last fence of that first phase going down. Here her instructor from the sidelines, encouraging her to stay travelling, keep the horse moving. Textbook technique over number 9 there. So just the 4 faults, but it sounds like she's pretty pleased with that round. Big pats all round for Bel Air. Coming home with 4 faults in time of 39.73. Chazelle Smith goes next. She brings in number 16. First 4 horses, it's Mr. To You. It's Mr. To You was originally produced by James Curtin in Kyalami. Also was part of a very successful Burlington team behind him. Jumped up to the 135s with James. And then quite recently was purchased by First 4 Horses. I think Diane obviously saw the potential in this horse. Saw that he'd be a great match for Chazelle. I think they've already been so successful in the early stages of their partnership. I'm sure they've got big plans for their season ahead. Mr. as he's more affectionately known, another thoroughbred that knows how to win. Puts in a big effort there at number 9. Chazelle rewards him with her voice. See Di shouting from the sidelines, kick, kick, get going. Leaves the last up, comes home clear in a time of 36.01. Good time. Next up, it's a turn of Duncan Evans. He brings in number 17, Savuti. Savuti by Capital Shiraz. Shiraz himself was so successful at the very top of our sport. Had a fantastic partnership with Dominique Alexander over the years. Duncan putting together a really good round here, using his body to good effect, always helping the horse to stay away from the front rail, as we saw at number 7. He's elected to go around from 8 to 9, but keeps his ground speed up. Ella Murphy showed us earlier that going around doesn't mean you can't finish in the prizes. You can keep a good ground speed. Good. It smiles all round, and another clear round for Savuti. 34.73. Which I'm pretty sure puts him into 3rd place as it stands unofficially. Tanit Williams goes next. She brings in number 18, Western Wonder. Another lovely thoroughbred by Way West out of a Baroon mare. Unfortunately, an early rail going down there at number 1 for Tanit. So the thought process would be, I would imagine then, to sort of take your foot off the gas and set the horse up for the championship class tomorrow. Allow him to have a nice schooling round here. That when the time comes tomorrow and she gets into that jump up, she'll be able to throw it down and go as quick as she can. And it looks like that's going to be her game plan here this afternoon. Keeps it neat and tidy through the last. Super stylish round.
39.26.
Comes home with 4 faults and a time of 39.26. But that looks like a partnership that's going to be one to beat tomorrow.
Then there's no jump off today. Huh? Everything's tomorrow.
Tammy Burton Moore goes next. She brings in number 19, Ira Amber Rose. Lovely 7-year-old by Ulanda Temple. Looks like she has plenty personality. Big expressive jump over number 3. This is a horse that was originally produced by Ivan van der Sade. I was chatting to him last night. He was saying it's amazing to see the tune that Tammy gets out of this horse. He said she's very playful and possibly not for everyone, but Tammy took one look at her during tryouts and fell in love. You can see just why, despite 5 or 6 extra jumps along the track. She looks like she's a real athlete and super keen to do her job. Not the biggest mare, but a real acrobat when she gets to the fence. I think at 7 years old, there's obviously still a lot of polishing and that to do with this horse's rideability, especially given the fact that Ivan said the horse was quite tricky to ride and he himself can ride anything. So it shows you the masterful job that Tammy's doing. Big smiles all round. They come home clear. So, clear for jumping. Unfortunately, 6 time faults. I don't think that'll displease Tammy at all. That horse gave an absolute exhibition here. A playful exhibition, but an exhibition nonetheless. Alexandra Hugo on track now. She brings in number 20, Equine-Librium. Another one of our thoroughbreds in this class, who's out of a national emblem mare. Equine-Librium immaculately turned out. You can see his quarter marks. His groom has obviously gone to great lengths to get him ready here for this class this afternoon at Robberg Equestrian Park. Jump at a fancy venue like this, you want to make sure your horses look just as fancy. And Alexandra fitting the picture perfectly, very stylish rider. Strong lower leg, looks like it never moves. Good shot at the last. Oh, leaves it up with a little rub. That's a great round. Clear in a time of 39.85. Great effort there by Alexandra Hugo and Equine-Librium. So just 2 left to go in this class. First of which, Jamie Alexander up next. She brings in number 21, Capital Heartbeat. Heartbeat by Capital Ramirez out of a Heartbreaker mare. Shows great technique there at number 2, really tight in front. Heartbeat still a stallion, and for such a young rider like Jamie to be able to show this horse and get the best out of him speaks loads to his temperament and rideability. Horse that obviously really enjoys his job. Great shots into the John Deere double. Heartbeat just running Jamie a little deep there to number 8, sort of taking charge. Jamie does a good job not to be flustered. Keeps horse cantering around the turn to 9. Oh, just looks like he's getting a bit keen here towards the end of the track. Super through the last double. Finishes with just the 4 faults in a time of 4:1.01. Not their day today, but that partnership looking a real picture and something to watch for the future. So rounding out our class, our last competitor up next, we have number 22, Oh Love, ridden by Megan Cunningham for the HBD Equine team. Another partnership that has had a lot of success. Oh Love by Beachhaven on track. Megan, a very polished, well-organized rider. You can see Oh Love really loves to do his job. Her job, sorry. That's quick out the double here to 7. Is she going to make that inside turn from 8 to 9? She goes inside the Knight Frank jump at around number 1. Ella showed that you can still be quick. Going around. Just the last to go. Leaves it up. She's clear. In a time of 31.52. That looks like we might just have saved the best for last. So unofficially, I think that could be our winner. Viewers, we're going to take a short break just to tally up those final results, and we'll have that prize giving for you shortly. We watch our horses leading off on their lap of honor. I think, viewers, we're going to give course designer Brett Weber just a chance to adjust this track for the 130s. We'll have all that action for you shortly. competition. Kicking us off for this class, we have Ivan van der Sade riding for Savannah van der Sade. He brings in Equine-Librium Davenport Caprice. Caprice, a lovely 7-year-old gelding by Consuelo out of a Carthago Z mare. Always a feather in your cap and a big kudos to someone that can breed, back, produce and jump into the open classes on their own horses. That's exactly what Ivan has done with this gelding. And I think not just to do it, but to do it in such fine style is quite an accomplishment. As we see, starting off the class just the way we like it, clear round. Clear round in a time of 36.41. Great way to start this 132 phase competition here this afternoon at Robberg Equestrian Centre here in Plet. I think a better destination venue for show jumping you would not be able to find. Looking to replicate a round like that, Lloyd Nichols up next. He brings in number 2, Sias Katolia. Sias Katolia, 10-year-old mare by Sias Anatolia out of a Delacour mare. Lloyd needs no introduction. He's been cantering around these bigger classes for years now. Strange to say that because he's so young, but already such a well-established guy in his show jumping career. Neat and tidy through the double at 6. Keeps the horse moving around to 7. Going to be interesting to see whether these riders in the 130 class can replicate the same inside turn from 8 to 9 that we saw earlier. Unfortunately, Sias Katolia getting a little deep to number 8, just running, getting a bit keen there. Lloyd trying his best, but the horse's keenness overtaking. Super through the last, finishes with just the 4 faults.
Who's that? Eagles Cognac.
This is now number 10.
AJ.
Sorry viewers for that technical glitch, but we are back and live on track at the moment. We have AJ Rademacher. He brings in Capital Cipriana, number 10. Cipriana is by Capital Castigo out of a Hitoshi mare.
It should be back up now. Just try reloading. Yeah. There we go, we're back.
This horse, as we've come to expect from the team at Ebb and Flow, always immaculately turned out. Clear over that Sabrina Love vertical at number 8.
I suggest maybe putting it up on YouTube.
We're advertising to all our followers. So
Unfortunately, just a rail down there at the last.
That is 42.34. It should still be on the same range.
So finishes on just the 4 faults
Just clicked on
for
the-
AJ and Capital Cipriana.
There we go. That's
Capital Cipriana. Number 10. Cipriana's by
click on that link again.
There's actually quite a few comments on
you say it's not working.
No. That was me playing it off YouTube,
Yeah.
so it was working.
But the thing is, the people are going to be following the link.
It is the link. Just give us a second. I will sort this out for you.
This horse, as we've come to expect from the team at Ebb and Flow, always immaculately turned out.
I'll follow you back.
Is it clear Caparina? Is it? So is this still
No, this is. I think this is Kite Runner. She's not on. She's in. It's supposed to be in the next class. I think. Amy, this is Kite Runner. Hey, or not? Okay.
So this is the one that we sent out that we had.
Yeah, I
to
know it's
run
Georgie,
a new-
but I don't know that. I think it's
when
because
we
she's
were
not on the
getting
program.
pictures, did they
I
send
think
you
it's
the
Kite
updated
Runner.
one we sent off to that?
Amy's updates.
With the one that I sent from this, which we've been live since today with.
I've got no idea. She does it. Just give me your. Are you
Yeah.
taking?
I am, sorry.
Okay,
I've been running your ads fantastically though.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, so unfortunately what happened was something happened with the wing yesterday. It messed up the link. So I had to create a new link for today. Tomorrow's link will stay as is.
Are you XBBL to us? No, it's another juice. Amy, there's a problem with that link.
Okay. Who's riding now still? Sorry.
Anja Groeneveld. So starting on track now, we have Anja Groeneveld. She brings in number 8, Arco 360 Sovereign. Lovely 11-year-old gelding by Rivendell Serendipity out of a gratuity mare. This horse has a massive canter, big expressive jump when he gets to the fence. Looks like Anya really has her work cut out in keeping him together as she makes her way around this track. Another horse that goes in very simple tack, no flash noseband, just a simple snaffle in his mouth. Speaks volumes to his rideability. And a massive jump to boot that goes with all of that rideability. Gets a little deep at number 9. A great technique, gets away with it. And at 10. Just the last double to go. Leaves it up. Comes home clear for jumping.
Yeah. This is 51-21. It's very hard to see because the sun's not shining on the box.
So clear for jumping, but comes home in a time of 51-21.
Sorry about that. Next step.
So a handful for time.
Tomorrow this is the same one.
So next up, number 11, Blue Steel Equestrian Font Inca's Boy with Marie Lamont in the saddle. Inca's Boy, another son of Aldo. And like we've seen from so many of the Aldos this morning already, he really does stamp them. They all have big, impressive jumps. Much like their father, a very classical way of going.
Marie, you got this.
Second time round, no problems at the Knight Frank Ox at number 5. Does well to get out of the double. But obviously Marie feeling something there today, deciding it's not their day. Puts her hand up for retirement. It's still the big one to go tomorrow. So they'll come back fighting for that championship class tomorrow. So returning for his second round of the class, it's Lloyd Nichols riding for Kevin Nash. He brings in number 12, Christopher S. 7-year-old gelding by Chianti out of a Dramiro mare. I said it so many times before, but Lloyd, such a professional. He has great feel, gets a good tune out of so many different types of horses. Horses really enjoy him and seem to jump for him. And that's something that you can't train. You either have it or you don't. I said it earlier, but Lloyd already so mileage and so experienced at such a young age. It shows in his riding how comfortable he is around all these tracks. Keeps the horse traveling there to number 7. Good, leaves that Sabrina vertical up. Nips inside, number 5. Just 3 from home. Balances up for the 7 to number 10. Gang gets inside number 7 to the double. Horse throwing a fantastic shape through that down-knot double. Comes home clear. In a time of 35.77. I think viewers, just give us a moment. We're going to tally up those final results for the 132 phase competition, and we'll be back with the prize giving for you shortly. don't know.
We've got quite big groups. We'll try to share it to try and get more
Yeah,
people
it
viewing.
was just from yesterday's. Tomorrow's finals link will stay the same. Just it was something that kicked out yesterday.
And maybe just look for something for the future. Whoever's sponsoring live streaming and that, maybe just should have a group where you on it and then you just guys, this link's changed,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
because everyone's posting on their socials,
Yeah.
and then it's a pity
Okay.
to not have lots of people watching. There's so much effort going in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But I'll share the link now as well onto our groups.
And I'm getting the Robert one.
Yeah, we're getting Robert updated as well. They also got the wrong one.
I think it. I did send it out when we updated this before.
Doesn't matter. Don't stress it. Got it sorted before tomorrow.
Tomorrow's is the same.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we've got no issues.
Okay.
Is that Ivan?
Yeah, but I'm not sure what horse he's on. I've got. I think it's Callao Laruna, but I don't want to say that and then it's the wrong horse because it wasn't on the program, on our program. So viewers, correction to that. Sorry, we weren't finished with the class. We do have Ivan van der Sade in with his second ride of the class. Oh, this horse really does have a magnificent back end. Throws his tail out behind. Ivan has a big role to play in this Robberg Equestrian Park setup. I think he's been a very busy man over the last few days. It shows that he's a pretty good show jumper too. So, if I'm not mistaken, that does bring this class to a close. So we will tally up those final results and have that prize giving for you shortly. So viewers, welcome back to the prize giving of the 132 phase competition. Taking top honours there, Ivan van der Sade on his first ride, Equine-Librium Davenport Caprice. Good to see the gents representing well there. Lloyd Nichols in second place on Christopher S. Kelly Searle taking third on Equifeed's Just L. And rounding out our prizes, it's Lloyd Nichols again, this time in fourth place on CS Catolia. As we see those riders, Ivan leading us off on the lap of honor. So it looks like course designer Brett Reber is just readying the course for the 135 two-phase competition, which is up next. And I think we're going to be lucky enough to have a guest commentator in. Susie Lubner is going to join me. So we'll have a fairer face here in the commentary box for the next class. Viewers, don't go too far. We'll have all that action for you shortly. Welcome back, viewers, to the 135 two-phase competition here at Robberg Equestrian Park in Plet. I'm lucky enough to be joined by lovely Susie Lubner here for this class. Susie, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Steen, and thank you so much for coming to be here with us. We really appreciate it.
Oh, it's a real treat. I think this is a destination venue for show jumping and a venue that has possibly some of the best facilities across the country. So really excited to be here. And I get to sort of do a recon before we come hopefully for your show later on in the year.
Yeah, we're really hoping that we're going to have fantastic support from you, Joburg riders, in November.
I think you guys might have to build more stables to fit us all in, because I think this venue is going to be an absolute hit. I mean, to go with the facility, just the surroundings, to be this close to the coast in such a remarkable setup, a beautiful setup. The drive here from the airport last night in George, I mean, I've driven it in a truck before, but often by that point from Joburg, you're tired and you're not thinking so much about it. To drive it with a fresh mind last night is absolutely beautiful. It's breathtaking.
Yeah, and you know what it is? Plet is a very special place, and it's a family destination, so it's not only about the show jumping. We're hoping that all the family members that come here can
absolutely
cycle.
Cycle. The husbands can come and play some golf, get in some time in the sea.
Climb Robberg,
yeah.
Robberg, yeah, it's got lots of beautiful attractions.
I mean, a fantastic venue, and like you say, just situated in one of the best parts of Africa. You've had a few horses go around already this morning. I watched your rounds. You've had a very successful day. Are you pleased?
I'm super happy. My horses were lovely. My baby jumped beautifully, and
Am I right in saying Lubna was Elena was your daughter's horse,
Yes, so
and you've taken over the ride quite successfully?
well, I feel very blessed, I have to say, because we bought her just when she was born from Diane, and so she's been in the family from the very get-go, and Gabriela produced her, and I'm lucky to ride her.
Yeah, Gabby's done a fantastic job, and I must say, I think you fit the horse perfectly. It's been lovely to watch.
Thank you.
So we see Kelly Searle kicking us off for this class. She brings in number 1, Equifeeds Sias Ancelo.
Yeah, so Kelly is one of our beautiful local riders from George, and a great supporter of Robert Equestrian Park, and we just absolutely adore having her here.
I think I commentated on the derby when she won the 135, that mini
Yes.
derby. She was blisteringly quick. She's a very competitive jockey. So well polished. She always looks like she gives the horses the best opportunity to show off their best.
Yeah, and she's always super kind. You know, she's got a wonderful energy, and she's just a beautiful rider.
Must be a common trait amongst all of you here from Plet. Everyone has been super hospitable and very kind.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. We like the motto of happiness and joy at Robert Equestrian Park.
It's a lovely motto to have. Don't want to speak too soon, but Kelly giving a real exhibition here. This horse really looks the part. Looks well mileaged at 135. Just running himself a bit deep there to that oxer. I must say, as it's amazing as the jumps go higher, as the classes climb, the distances ride a little differently. Say that oxer, which was not a question earlier at all in the lower grades, starts to become a little bit of a question out of a dead turn with a short approach. It rides quite big, I think. Quite a question for the riders and horses. So finishing on just the 4 faults for Kelly. But that horse looked really good in some fine form leading up to tomorrow's championship classes.
Yeah, we're so lucky with the beautiful weather today.
Our
Totally
flights were delayed. I saw aeroplanes couldn't land yesterday because of the winds
Yeah.
in George.
Yeah,
But it's been quite some turnaround. It's been a picture-perfect day here today.
yeah.
As we see Morgan Piper starting on track. She brings in Callao Con Casino.
Yeah, so she's a rider from Cape Town that we also love having here. We get beautiful support from the Cape Town riders. And
I think it's a really good excuse for them to travel down the road
yeah,
to such a beautiful venue, get away for the weekend. I think the travel's not too bad in comparison for all the other venues that the Cape Townians would have to travel to in Gauteng or Natal.
yeah.
I think it's just a skip down the road for them here to Plet.
And you know, our arena rides beautifully, rain or shine.
I walked on the surface this morning and I thought it's absolutely fantastic. I spoke to Ivan. He said he almost treats it like an ebb and flow arena. He closes up
Yes.
those drain pipes and really floods the arena. And it seems to hold up beautifully. The surface is absolutely fantastic. And you can see that just by the way the horses have all jumped today. Morgan putting together a really good round here. Needs to leave this last double up.
Oh, beautiful ride.
Leaves it up. Big smiles all around. The horse
That
looks
was
very pleased.
fantastic. Mm.
Comes home in a time of 36.03, and it's clear all round for Morgan Piper and Callao Casino. Number 3 up next, Regenesis Vet Callao Landino and Zandi Mazeski. Zandi and Landino having enjoyed their first few seasons at Grand Prix level just recently. I think Landino had some time off with a virus or something. He had a bad virus. Had some time out towards the end of last year, but looking the picture of health here at Robberg Equestrian Park. I saw Zandi on her new young horse earlier in the 1 meters. I believe his name's Something Special that she
Yes.
purchased from Ivan van der Sade.
Yeah.
What a magnificent horse. Another exciting one for the future for her. It looks like she's got herself another World Cup winner in her team. And Landino has a little bit his own way of going. but really knows how to get the job done, like we see so often with the Lissabon progeny. Oh, top care.
Yeah, they're beautiful to watch. I love watching them jump.
And I always think, I always find that the Lissabons seem to jump beyond their potential. You always think they always seem to jump a level or two further than the scope that they have. And I think that's 100% put down to their technique. They're so careful and they use their bodies in such a way that they end up jumping grades beyond where their scope would usually allow, I think. We see him putting in a big effort over number 9 there. Zandi's been a long-time pupil of Damien Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
And I always find that these riders that show loyalty to their same trainers, they seem to reap the rewards for it. And it's a lovely clear round. Tell me, who do you train with in Plet?
So Savannah and Evan.
Okay, so you get a
And
lot of help from them.
They are my regular trainers. And then I have Damien comes up and gives clinics to us as well. Which
Oh,
is super.
fantastic. Okay. So he does quite a... I thought he just came here to train Ivan, but he obviously has a group that he works with.
Well, I'm very lucky to be included in that little
Okay,
group.
so it's a
Yes.
group that you have to be... that you have to make.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And so next up we have Georgia Beat, number 4. She brings in Regenesis vet Barberg Savoya Fair. Another horse that not so long ago I think had a colic surgery.
Exactly.
Has been slowly climbing his way back up the grades. Had also just sort of made his debut at Grand Prix level with Georgia. And looks like he's made a full recovery. Looking fit and healthy.
Yeah, he was looking very sassy this morning in the arena familiarization, and he's looking super this afternoon.
Actually, I saw him this morning
Did
looking
you?
a little above himself, spooking
Yeah.
at the sides of the arena, looking much more level-headed now.
Yeah.
I think it takes a special jockey to be able to do that, to come in this morning, and he did. I saw him jump a fence along the long side here and land and turn around within like 2 strides.
Yeah.
And to come in here a bit later on and be this cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, he really is her heart horse. She just adores him.
I think for a lot of these riders, today would be more of a sort of warm-up round for the Grand Prix tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%.
A lot of them will be gearing their horses up towards that class.
Mm-hmm.
The Equine-Librium sponsored
Oh, she'll
Grand
be
Prix.
so happy.
Yeah. And that's sort of characteristic of him. We've often seen when he's done so well, he sort of snatches down out through the finish. Quite impressed that he managed to hold that snatch around the whole track, because he can sometimes do it in between fences, but they're looking super organized. Lovely clear round for them today, showing they're on good form for tomorrow's class. Grant Seaton Smith goes next. He brings in number 6, Milkwood stud Pacino.
So
8-year-old.
he comes from PE.
Yes.
Mm.
They've bred a lot of their own
Yes.
horses. So Milkwood stud, they breed quite a bit, and I must say I've been watching their horses. They've obviously got their breeding program waxed, because they've got some very fancy looking youngsters coming through the grades. Milkwood stud Pacino, an 8-year-old stallion by Parco out of a Cosmic Z mare. Would I be right in saying this is the horse that got out and had a little spin around the property this morning?
Yeah.
So he might be a little less energetic than what they would have hoped by this afternoon.
Yeah.
You mentioned Grant is from PE. How long is the trip for them to come to platform PE?
So it's a 2.5, 3 hour drive,
Okay.
but a beautiful highway.
Yes.
So it is
Coastal
a-
highway. Hey?
Yes, exactly. So it's good roads.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Plet is really very central in the Cape for
100%.
for everyone, for a venue for everyone to travel to. It's probably the most central in the Cape.
Yeah, so we have riders coming from East London, PE, George, Cape Town. We kind of like have the whole strip.
And it looks like everyone's very pleased to be here as well. I mean, it is. Would I be fair in saying? I mean, if you're not lucky enough to live here, it's one of the best holiday destinations in South Africa. I mean, almost in Africa, worldwide, kind of thing.
So I must say that when we didn't live here, it was always the place we dreamed to come and visit.
Okay.
So every morning I wake up and I'm just totally grateful to be exactly where I am.
I often see your posts of the sea with the sun rising in
Yeah.
the morning. It is really beautiful.
Yeah. And this is Amy, also another PE rider. She actually won the Ocean Blue Cup last year.
Okay.
So she's gunning it to have a good run here at the Equine-Librium Grand Prix.
I don't recognize her surname. Recently
She's
married?
just got married.
Okay.
Yes.
That's why I was a little bit
Yeah.
confused.
She
So
was Amy Whitehead before.
that's it. Amy
Yeah.
Whitehead now. Amy Farcure.
Yes.
She brings in number 7, Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Lasco.
Yeah, I love Lasco. They're also like a soul partnership. It's beautiful to watch them. And her mum's there. You can hear her mum clicking on the other side of the arena.
Encouraging her along.
Yeah, rides every step with her.
This is probably one of the best Lassiters that I've seen in the sport.
Yeah,
Real good advert for Lassiter himself.
good boy. There
And
we
we
go.
see massive smiles all around there. Looks like a crowd favorite as well.
Yeah.
Big round of applause as she goes through the finish line.
Yeah. She's also on the cover of our Robert Equestrian Park magazine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, and that shows just why. That's quite a poster girl to have.
yes.
So clear round in a time of 35.48 for Amy and Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Lasco. Emily Eller's up next. She brings in number 8, Chatara Oberon. Lovely 16-year-old by Optimum van der Wellington out of a Bambix mare.
Also from Cape Town.
Oh, and the softest touch there at number 2, and the fence goes down. You were here yesterday, Susie. I believe the poles were almost getting blown out. The cups, I was explaining to the viewers earlier, that shows just how light the equipment is these days. I mean, the horses barely breathe on the rail and they fall down.
Yes, but yesterday we had winds of like 75 kilometers, so it was.
Okay, so it
when
could
we
have
called it a day.
it could have blown
was-
down telephone poles.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's not really common for this area. Not known
No.
for big winds like that.
Do you know what? It's once every now and again, but when it does blow, it
It
blows
blows.
like crazy, and we have those gusts. But
Yes,
then today, look how beautiful and perfect it is. It's just
and you can see all the way to the ocean from here,
Yeah.
sitting on the opposite side of the arena.
exactly.
Emily, a very stylish rider, always in good balance with her horse. Oberon puts in a big effort there at number 9. Goes in a very orthodox way. Lovely round. Unfortunately, the 4 faults early on at number 2, but other than that, an equitation over bigger fences. Looked really good. That'll be a strong partnership for the big class tomorrow.
It's lovely to see them all looking so calm and relaxed in preparation for tomorrow.
And I must say, the horses looking so good for so early on in the season, looking fit and well at big fences already. And I mean, we're only in March. South Africa is sort of known for being a winter sport, show jumping being a winter sport in South Africa. So the horses looking fit and well so early in the season. Looks like we have Megan Cunningham on track now. And she brings in Penbrit's Coslow. Again, another progeny of Consuelo out of an Optimum van der Wellington mare. Consuelos, Susie, have just been so fantastic in South African show jumping. I mean, it's amazing to see how many Consuelos there are jumping and how many are jumping so successfully up the grades.
So I remember watching her jump him the very first day that she was in the ring,
Yes.
and she's just produced him so beautifully.
Did it look as smooth and easy as this? Because I know the Consuelos can be a little cheeky in the beginning.
Do you know, she's such a calm, beautiful rider. You know, she's very confident. She's done a lot of eventing.
Yes.
And I think they just suit each other so beautifully.
And I think it's part of the show jumping that, well, in South Africa, that's where we've lost our way a little bit. I think a lot of the older riders, I include myself in that category, we all grew up doing all disciplines.
Yes.
Dressage, eventing. If you had a pretty enough horse, you could do some showing and jumping. And I think it made for really well-rounded riders. And you can see there with Megan Cunningham, I mean, she, like you said, her confidence and her horsemanship just really comes to show around the 135s like that when the riders are such natural horsemen. I think you take away that sort of all-rounder effect that we used to have in juniors, and it leaves the riders a little bit short in areas these days.
Yeah, I think it definitely is an advantage, and they're very hands-on with their horses.
Yes.
Her sister also rides,
Okay.
and it's always lovely to have them around.
So from one class act to another, Tammy Burton-Moore up next. She brings in number 11, Adult Callegro. We were just mentioning Consuelo. Another great example of what Consuelo has bred in our sport is Adult Callegro. I mentioned it earlier, Tammy having had a little bit of time off from the sport. And she's back in full flourish.
She's back in full flourish because she's pregnant.
Is she pregnant
She's
again?
pregnant again.
Because she's just had a child?
Yeah,
How old
so
is
she's-
her son?
I think he must be almost
Rising 2.
Rising 2, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
Same age as my daughter, except I never had to get pregnant to have a daughter.
so
Okay.
I can't remember if she said she's jumping this show in our Ocean Blue Cup, and then she's going
And
to
then,
give it a break.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay. It's always very impressive how these young ladies are able to have
it
babies and
all.
just jump back into the sport the way they do, as
Yeah.
if they had no time off. I mean, I watched my wife, I've watched my friends who've had kids, and they just bounce back straight afterwards. If they've been lucky enough to have people to keep their horses running for them, they just get straight back into it. Tammy's showing just that here.
Oh, beautiful round.
As I said, class act. Another clear round. So good enough to go into second place as we stand, 34.41. And the classy riders just keep coming. Daniela Smith up next, and she brings in First L, a horse that's made its debut in Grand Prix recently. I must say, looking a real picture. We spoke about Megan Cunningham earlier being so well-rounded, being a very successful event rider. Daniela Smith, much the same.
Hmm. And coaches
A lot.
them as well, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very classical rider, long legs, strong lower leg position, great balance with their horses. This horse is a big horse. I don't think you can see it on your screens, viewers, but because Daniela is quite a tall lady. But this horse really big. It takes a lot of schooling to make her rideable the way she is. First L owned by Klein Champagne, same owners we saw Daniela riding a younger horse for earlier that looks super exciting as well in the 120s. See how
Yeah.
big his stride is cantering down there
Yeah.
to number 10. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, and they're always so beautifully turned out. Tomorrow you'll see they'll have millions of plaques.
I actually think their groom now is Mishak Tahu,
Oh,
who
okay.
used to be a groom in Johannesburg. I see he's very happy with where he's ended up now, loving his job. And I mean, he takes such great care of his horses. He's absolutely besotted with the sport and even more in love with the horses. So it's a great guy to have as part of your team. Another lovely clear round there. So Ivan van der Sade goes next. He brings in number 14, PM Carinya, riding for owner Marisol Stain.
No, he absolutely adores this mare.
And gets a fantastic tune out of her. She's really jumped beyond what I thought she would. She's been a fantastic horse with Ivan and got really great results as well. The arena party just readjusting the fences there. I think Ivan just wanted them to roll the top rail, so making sure everything's set right and back in its cups.
Ivan works so hard. I mean, he's an integral.
I arrived here last night 8, 9 o'clock, and he was still out with the sprinklers and sorting out the arena, making sure everything was ready for today.
Yeah.
And this morning, 5:45, I heard him leaving the house, so he's very, very busy young man.
He is. He takes pride in the perfection of this arena, and he's just, we're involved with the van der Sades and with there are 4 of us involved in this dream.
Yes.
And the Gages, and
I think we're gonna let's give
Okay,
Ivan his little turn, because
yes,
I'd love
exactly.
to speak to you about your
Yes.
involvement and the whole dream and brainstorm behind this venue,
Okay.
because it really is magnificent. As we see Ivan starting his way on track with PM Carinya. Like you said, he
Beautiful.
gets such a fantastic tune out of this horse. It's a partnership made in heaven. They just really get each other. It's been amazing to watch how many riders this from 5 to 6 all day has thrown the horses a little bit wide, and I
Yes.
think that's why that double at number 6 has taken some jumping. See, Ivan's ground speed really good here. He's 3 from home, and if he can leave them up, he's going to be well within the prizes. Big effort there over number 9. Nips inside to the double. Yeah,
Fantastic.
it's amazing to watch these riders. Like, you can see when they mean business as he looks across at the clock straight away. You can see their schooling rounds, and it's almost like a change of face
Yes.
when they mean business, and they sort of throw their hammer down to go fast.
That was a beautiful round.
I can't quite hear the judges from here, but I'm pretty sure that was good enough to go into the lead. So, just one rider left to go, and that's in the 140 section of this class. So, Brett Weber is going to put the track up 1 hole for the 140 section. And I think while we have a moment, Susie, I'd love to ask you about your involvement and about the team behind this amazing facility and everything that's gone into it. How did it all start, and where did it kick off from?
So it kicked off when the decision was made at Sonera, which you all remember was where
We
SA
travelled
Champs.
to, and it was a fantastic venue, and then sort of disappeared. And I think everyone was quite sad, because we've become accustomed to a Cape Town leg at the end of the World Cup series for years, and then that sort of just went away. And then Sonera came back, and it was a really great venue to come to. So I think that whatever went wrong there.
Do you know, I think the family just decided that they were no longer going to hold equestrian events there. So when that happened, we then decided to buy all the equipment. So we bought it in its entirety.
So you basically picked up the arena from there and moved it here, the decks, the everything.
Everything. The
That's
jumps,
amazing.
the stables, absolutely everything. And Gordon Merritt helped us
Yes.
build the arenas, and it was a fantastic project. It was beautiful. took a lot of time. It was incredible to have the gauges come and become involved.
So another thing I wanted to ask you, tell me a
Yes.
bit about the team behind it. You mentioned there were 4 of you.
Yes, so it's the Van der Saders, it's Marne and Jaco de Klerk, who are also local plate
Yes.
family, who actually just live across the way.
They have
And
2
the girls
daughters.
also ride, exactly.
Yes.
And us. Yeah, so that's the 4.
And the Gages
And the
Gages were
Gages.
the 4th. Okay,
Yes.
so it's a real team effort, and knowing some of the personalities involved in that team, you can see exactly why this venue has turned out the way it has. You're all meticulous about detail and wanting the very best for the horses, and all massive lovers of the sport and massive horse lovers as well. So I think, and it shows in the way this venue's been put out. How long did it take you to set this venue up?
So it took longer than we thought it would because it's actually clay, and we had a lot of rain the year we started constructing it.
Okay.
So it took us about 2 years to get absolutely ready and have our first show, from the time we bought the equipment to our first show.
And it's obviously been a massive hit because I know this show's sold out, and then I see your next show, the Ocean Blue Cup. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Sold out in 12 hours.
Which was fantastic.
I mean that's
Yeah.
that's as good, if not better, than any of the biggest venues in the country. And thinking that you're only really dealing with the Cape Town, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape crowd.
Yes.
That's amazing. I mean, it obviously just speaks to how highly the riders all rate this facility. I would say.
Well, we were very grateful to receive the top equestrian venue of 2024 in the Western Cape.
There you go.
So we were all super proud and very, very grateful to everyone who voted for us.
And I think so. The next accolade to be searching for is the best equestrian venue in the country.
Well, you see, we need all of the out-of-town people to come and experience it.
Well, I mean, one day here, and I
Yes.
think they'll all realize that it is magnificent. It's a fantastic venue. As we see, Grant Seaton-Smith, our only 140 rider for the day. He brings in Milkwood Stud Wish to Land, our last horse of this class. He must be quite a fit young man. He's been around the tracks quite a few times this morning. We've seen that number 3 catch a few of the horses out. Is there a slight, you're a local, is there a slight slope in this arena down, unless my eyes are just...
No, it's meant to be absolutely level.
Okay, there you go, fair enough. I actually had a concussion the other day, so it could well be
Oh.
that.
But I hope you're recovering.
Still a small headache, but
Oh,
other than that,
sorry.
I'm fine. Comes with the territory of riding for a living, I think.
Yeah.
I saw Ivan also had a nasty little spill earlier this morning, so it is part of the game, I think. Here. Again, that number 9. I think it's
Yes.
probably been one of the bogey fences as the jumps have gone up today. Definitely riding is quite a short approach there, and the jump seems to ride bigger and bigger. Leaves
Good
up the
round.
last double. I don't think he'll be too displeased with that when you have a horse that's as good as that. You know that if they've had 1 or 2 rails on a day, you're probably bound for a clear round the next day on a law of averages.
And this is a thoroughbred.
Another lovely
Yeah.
thoroughbred.
Yeah.
We've seen by philanthropist. We've seen lots of thoroughbreds here today, and lots of thoroughbreds in the prize giving. So it's great to see so strong in the sport still here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say that our show that we had at the end of the year,
Yes.
the Callagher Grand Prix, that was well supported by some of the Joburg riders who had a really super time here.
Yeah, Ronnie Healy, South Africa's show jumper of the year last year. I mean, he couldn't stop raving. He still can't stop raving about the venue. And I think with more sort of notice, with everyone now knowing about the venue a little more, I think you guys are going to have to build some more stables, because it's going to be... and I think in summer you have sunlight till later. You have daylight
we
hours
do.
till
We have
later.
long
It's
summer
definitely
days.
something to think about. We could
Yes.
definitely have more than 200 entries in a day.
Yeah, and you must bring your children and come and visit the beaches. and-
Absolutely.
our
It'll be a real
restaurants and-
family affair.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was another thing. The catering here at that last show at the Callagher Grand Prix looked incredible.
Yeah, and those are all of our local, from the market and local
Fantastic.
suppliers. They just, came to the party and did a great job.
Mr. Chipmunk.
Okay, viewers, so we have our final results for this, the 135-140 two-phase competition. Taking the win here in this class, it's Megan Cunningham riding Penbrit's Coslow. We have a tie for second place. It's Adelt Callegro and Tammy Burton-Moore, and PM Carinya and Ivan van der Sade. And rounding out our prizes in fourth place, we have Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Lasco and Amy Farcure. Mr. Butcher going down to award our prize winners with their rosettes. I say Brett Webber's been on top form here today. He's built fantastic tracks. The horses have all jumped really well and confidently. I think it's always a big thing for these course designers to come to a new arena and feel, you always end up having to get a feel for it. There'll be a long side that's spookier than the other long side. There'll be a line that wouldn't really fit well in an arena. There's so many, these guys really are masters at their trade, and I think Brett's hit the nail on the head today. He's been really on point. He's built fantastic tracks, and I think the horses have just got better and better for it as we've watched through the day. So I'm excited to see tomorrow when we have some jump-offs off the championship classes.
Yeah, he always builds beautiful, interesting tracks to ride. And yeah, I've loved what I've ridden today. And the horses have been happy.
Were you two for two prizes today?
I had one prize.
Okay, but two clears. Yeah,
yes.
Two lovely clears.
Yeah.
Two lovely clears.
Thank you.
So we're about to see Megan heading off on a lap of honor. Huge congratulations to those four riders. Great result for them today. Going into that Grand Prix tomorrow with lots of confidence. Horses all looking in fine form. Susie, I just want to say thanks so much for joining me. Hopefully we can catch up a little bit more during the show. It's been fantastic having you here. Always nice to hear the background behind these venues and to hear the dreams that have come to fruition here. It's a really remarkable venue. And just huge thank you from the riders to you and your team for everything that you've done for the sport.
Well, it's been a privilege to work with a team and to have it work as it is working. And yeah, we're just super happy and grateful for the support, and exciting tomorrow because it's the first leg also of the Knight Frank. You know that.
I heard Susan
Yes.
Turner talking about it earlier. There's some massive prize money up for grabs over the series, so that's another lovely initiative that you guys have here. Very exciting. I'd love to get her in to have a little chat later on about the whole series and how it works. But for now, I think, viewers, we're going to take a short break. Susie, thanks so much for joining me. We will definitely catch up later in the show. Good luck for the rest of your classes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right, viewers, we'll be back with you shortly. It's the big one for the day, the Western Cape Under 25 Championship class. We have 14 young riders fighting it out for top 4 prizes. Don't go anywhere. We'll have all that action for you shortly.
Hello. Yep.
Are you ready to go? Give me a countdown. Welcome back, viewers. I'm joined here by our course designer for the day, Brett Weber. Brett, you've had a fantastic day so far. I think the horses have jumped remarkably well for a new venue. The courses have all seemed to ride well. Tell me a little bit about the track that you've got set up for the Western Cape under 25 champs here today.
Yeah, it's early on in the year, so not too tough a track. We've got a nice triple combination, 2 straight lines, one on 5, one on 6, one on 7. Yeah, but not too tough a track. The time could be a little bit of a factor. Yeah, I think they need to keep the horses moving.
What sort of speed are these riders required to go at?
Only 350, so it's not one of the faster tracks. Tomorrow's Grand Prix are at 375, so that'll be a bit more interesting. The time, we have had a few time penalties today, so the people are needing to up their game a little bit on the time. But yeah, I think the time should be fine. Yeah, the juniors are always faster than the adults anyway.
Anywhere where you think the riders might find a little trick in this track? Not giving any secrets away, but anywhere that you think might be a bit testing. I must say myself, I walked the track, I thought maybe after the treble combination that distance might ride a little short.
Yeah, that's not a measured distance, so the people have to make a plan to number 6, but otherwise I think that's probably the tricky one. Nothing else should catch them. I think it's all kind of straightforward. We're not trying to catch them this time of the year.
Brett, congratulations on a good day so far. We're really looking forward to see what you have up your sleeve for tomorrow. And I think thank you from everyone that's here for providing such great entertainment today.
Thanks very much.
Welcome back, viewers, to this. It's the big one of the day. It's the Western Cape Championship, the Under 25 Championship, sponsored by Apex Animal Health. Lucky enough to have Amy Lutz in studio with me here, joining me in the commentary box. Amy, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here.
Amy, you are the face behind Blue Steel Equestrian, am I right?
That's correct, yes.
So one of our headline sponsors for the show. Thank you so much for your generosity and for making this show the event that it's been.
No problem at all. It's always so nice to give back to the sport and to see everybody enjoying their weekend.
We haven't got a camera on you, and it wouldn't matter if we did because you can't see it anyway. But tell us a little bit why you are on the sidelines and not in the ring here today.
Well, I'm pregnant, so riding is taking a bit of a back seat at the moment. But we'll be back in the ring hopefully soon.
I spoke to your mom earlier. You're quite pregnant. Due in June, am I right?
Yes.
Just a few months away. You barely look like you're pregnant. That's quite remarkable.
Thank you. I'm carrying well and going well. So hopefully as soon as baby's here and we've recovered, we'll be back on the horse.
Back in the saddle.
Yeah.
Exciting times ahead. I've got 2 youngsters. Believe me, you don't know what you're in for. But it'll be the best days of your life. Okay, kicking us off for this class, Chazelle Smith. She brings in number 1, Diamond Susie Q. Susie Q, a 9-year-old by Spartacus out of an Esprit mare. Chazelle hails out of Port Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Like any typical Joburg, I sort of lump everyone together, but not everyone is from the same town here. You yourself from PE?
PE.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's where Blue Steel Equestrian is set up.
That's correct. We've got a retail store in PE, So if you're ever in PE, you must pop in.
For sure. So Chazelle canters down the 7 there from 3 to 4 very easily. Now making her way to the treble combination. Oxa jumping in. 1 stride and 1 stride. Oh, I thought that would ride steady. I spoke to course designer Brett Weber. He sort of put those two fences as unrelated, but it's 8 strides very steady, or cantering a little bit on the inside line on 7. Then that 6 strides from 7 to 8 seems to ride shorter and shorter as the jumps have got bigger today. Chazelle's had a good day here so far and looking on fine form with Diamond Susie Q. Oh, big expressive jump over the night Frank Oxa. Just the last to go. Leaves it up, and what a way to start the competition.
That was a
See
beautiful
Coach
round.
Diane Snodgrass giving a big round of applause there by the judges box. It's going to be interesting to see if she was inside that time allowed. I think
She's going to be very happy with that round.
the judges still just discussing it. Brett mentioned that riders have to travel at a pace of 350 meters per minute. So they might... There you go, clear round. So they've given her the clear round. Sanna Klaasen goes next. She brings in number 2, Regenesis vet Luna. Luna by Lautrect out of a Dollarite mare. Sanna rides out of Cape Town, am I right?
I'm not quite sure. I'm a PE girl, so...
Yeah, Sanna rides in Cape Town. She trains with Damien Stevens. Has had a very successful junior and young rider career to date. This is quite a track that Brett has set out here today. Treble combination early on in the track. Let's see what she does here. So it looks like everyone's thinking of waiting on the 8. Definitely does roll them down deep to number 6 there. That front rail of the Oxa going down. And I think that's going to be quite a test here today. We're going to see a few of the horses battle with that distance. Bearing in mind that this is the championship class for the under 25s, the Western Cape Championship. So there will be a jump off in this class. Sets the horse up, really gets a good up jump at the night. Frank Oxa, number 10. Clears the last, so finishes on just the 4 faults. Does Sanna Klaasen and Regenesis vet Luna. Tanit Williams up next. She brings in number 3, Lady Rolim. Another one of our fantastic thoroughbreds at the show. Lady Rolim's out of an Al Mufti mare. You see her setting off at a good ground speed on the way to number 1. Amy, is this your first time here at Plet, at the venue here at Plet, at Robberg Equestrian?
No, I actually came for their first show. I brought horses down.
That was at the end of last year?
Yeah.
The Callahode
No,
Grand Prix.
actually it was their very, very first show.
Okay,
Their
okay.
opening weekend.
Yes.
It was a lovely weekend, so
It really is one of the best venues that we've seen in the country, I think.
and for us it's so nice having it just down the road from PE.
I mentioned to Susie earlier, I thought really central for the Cape.
Yes.
A venue that everyone can sort of travel almost equal distance to get to, a central zone.
Yeah, we are very,
Good
very
reason
lucky.
And sort of a good excuse for a holiday.
Exactly. A horsey holiday.
That's it. We saw Tanit also finding that 8 strides down to number 6. A little tight. I wonder if there's not going to be an instructor or two that have watched these early horses go in the class that might mention to their pupils to stay a little more inside line and go on 7. But that 8 strides is quite waiting. I think it's proving to be quite difficult. The only other alternative is that the riders will have to stay very wide on the 8.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anyone elect for the 7 yet. It'll be interesting to see if...
It's going to be interesting to see how the class rolls out.
So Amy Macau up next. She brings in Blue Equestrians Go to Blue. Amy, a former winner of the South African Championship on this horse, so they know what it's like to jump big fences. He's a quirky, excitable guy, but has talent in bucket loads.
He looks like he's ready for his round.
He also has massive step, so it'll be interesting to see if she maybe elects for the 7 from 5 to 6, especially with it being a vertical jumping out of a treble. Horses always land traveling. While we watch Amy, do you know, girl or boy?
Girl.
Girl?
Yeah.
Is she going to like ponies?
I hope so. My husband's in the cycling world, so he's really hoping she's going to like bicycles. So.
I think your husband's a wise man. So, sorry, correction to that. We're not going to have Amy up next. Next up, we have Ella Murphy riding for Carolyn van Skalkwyk. She brings in number 4, Swazi Liskar Land of Lagos. Swazi Liskar Land of Lagos is by Lagos out of a Landau mare. We saw Ella with a really good result earlier in the 120s on Foresight Nickelodeon. Super talented young rider. I always think she's younger than what she is because she's so small.
Yeah.
Looking very balanced and very organized in the 7 strides down there from 3 to 4. Good shot out the turn here at the treble. Uses her voice to good effect. 7. There you go. We've seen the first 7, and I do think that's going to ride easier. I wonder
Rode
if
very
Amy.
nicely.
I wonder if Amy standing at the in-gate there would have seen that and picked up on that. Oh, just getting a fraction deep there at number 8. Horse looking like it's getting a bit keen towards the end of the track. I suppose that is the price to pay. If you do the 7 from 5 to 6, you definitely open up your horse's length of stride. All comes down to some rideability and obedience after that to get them back. Body control, textbook style through the last double by Ella. But with a few down, we won't be seeing her back for the jump off. So it is Amy Macau up next. She brings in number 5, Blue Equestrians Go to Blue. As we mentioned earlier, winner of a South African Championship already in her young career. She's a talent who has ice running through her veins, real big match temperament. She knows what winning title classes like this is all about. Spectacular jump over number 3. This horse really is just a treat to watch. And Amy's got a touch of talent too to go with it. Her face a picture of concentration. See, she started steadying early on the 8, keeping the horse together, electing to keep him a little calm. I know this horse can get buzzy. Amy, other than the riding, are you involved at all in coaching or training or?
I used to do a lot of coaching when I was a bit younger.
Okay.
I used to teach a lot of kids. But as obviously Blue Steel got quite a lot busier, my time became quite cramped.
More orientated on the business?
Yes, very much so.
The real world?
Yeah, had to choose.
I think if while you in your coaching days, if you wanted to show your kids a good role model to base their position on and how to ride, I think Amy McCarr would be one of them.
Definitely, that was a
Great
beautiful
lower
round.
leg balance. I mean, she's in tune with that horse every step of the way. Stamps her name down for the jump off. Katie Loebscher up next. She brings in Callao Vidaro. Vidaro by Victory Forever out of Esprit. Great example of Callao's breeding program. Katie hails from Zimbabwe, if I'm not mistaken, and is studying in the Cape. That's when you're supposed to back me up.
Oh, sorry.
You did say, you see, that's where my ignorance comes through. Just because I've sort of group everyone in the Cape in the same category.
Yes.
It's like you saying to me, someone from Pretoria and I'm from Joburg. We should all be the same.
We're actually quite far apart. PE,
Yeah.
Cape Town.
Regardless of that, she does ride beautifully. Jeepers, that 8
That was a
is
good
ridiculous.
save.
I really think the instructors should be watching here, maybe speaking to their pupils about committing on the 7. That 8 is quite hair-raising. The horse almost had to skip behind to fit in the 8th stride. Took off of 3 legs. But Katie keeps a cool head. This horse has a little bit its own way of jumping, much like Callao Victory Forever did. But much the same as him, just jumps a foot higher.
Yeah.
And looks quite extravagant doing it.
A very well ridden round.
Another clear round, another one through to the jump off. I think Coach Roger Hessen be looking on happily from the side. Jamie Alexander up next, and she brings in Eagles Limpopo, number 7. Eagles Limpopo, another lovely son of Lassiter out of a Casanova mare. We've seen the Lassiters very successful here already today at Robberg Equestrian Park. See if Jamie can put her name down for that jump off. And here Jamie's support team from the sidelines telling her to just relax. I say she looks pretty relaxed, cool, calm and collected so far. Eagles Limpopo giving an exhibition here in the Western Cape Under-25 Championship. Now she's going to need to either whoa or go. Hugs the outside line well there to fit the 8 strides in. Good shot there. Whoa. Oh, almost just too good a shot at number 7. That's 6. Got very short for her on the way down to number 8. I haven't seen Jamie ride in a while, but this is definitely one of the biggest tracks I've seen her cantering around. And looking so relaxed and composed as well. Super effort there by Jamie to come home with just the 4 faults. Big round of applause from the crowd. I would imagine definitely one of the biggest tracks she's seen. So good effort there for Jamie Alexander and Eagles Limpopo. Bowman's Drake up next, number 8, ridden by Janine van Sommeren. Janine recently made the move from Hilton or the Midlands in Natal. It looks like we're not going to have Bowman's Drake. We're going to have Robin Salter up next on number 9, Frischgewagt Silver Moon. Silver Moon by Grey Top out of a Locarno Donatello mare. Robin, a Cape Tonian that's made the trip down here to Plate. Her horse immaculately turned out for this Western Cape Under 25 Championship. See Robin manufacturing a really wide curve to fit the 8 strides in there from 5 to 6. Oh, and the horses are really eating up the ground there. That's 6 strides from jump 7 to jump 8. She'll be desperate to leave it on just the 4 faults here. Takes an inside line to the Knight Frank Oxer. Just the last double to go. Leaves it up.
Beautiful round as well.
Finishes just on the 4 faults. That was number 9. So just the 4 faults for number 9, Frischgewacht Silver Moon and Robin Salter. Next up we do have number 8, Bowman's Drake with Janine van Sommeren. Mentioned earlier, having recently made the move from Hilton, Midlands, Natal. This horse, lovely son of Douglas, out of a heraldic mare. Janine, an immaculate rider. And this horse is quite something to watch.
Very, very beautifully turned out.
Yeah, and again, another horse that goes in simple tack. Very rideable, no martingale. Janine was based for quite some time at Bergview Stables, Carol Nerdin. Again, another rider really having to go wide to manufacture the 8 strides there from 5 to 6. For me, this line 5, 6, 7, 8, really the only question here that Brett has laid for these riders. They've really got to be accurate and stick to their plan, not allow the horses to fall in or fall out on those turns.
There's definitely no room for error in those 2 lines.
Yeah, from 5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, those jumps all come really quickly. You've got to be on the ball and looking ahead every jump. And as we've come to expect, it's another clear round from Janine van Sommeren. Always a beautiful rider to watch. She puts her name down for that jump off. Number 10 up next, Poland's Mia with Kimberly Cunningham riding for the HBD Equine team. She was the winner of our previous class, the 135-140 class. Sorry, her sister was the winner of our previous class. So let's look if the Cunningham family can make it a good outing here today. So far, so good. I'm surprised that we've only seen one rider elect for the 7 strides here. But it's always easier to say it from the sidelines. There you go.
There we go.
That's our second rider, looking much more comfortable on the 7 from 5 to 6. Another clear round, Amy. Another one in the jump off.
It's going to be an exciting jump off.
This is hotting up to be quite a speedy jump off here in the Western Cape under 25 champs. Next up at number 10A, we have Amber Boertes. Amy, in your show jumping days, which hopefully are not done just yet, number one or the last? Which is worse?
I personally think number one, because you've got such hopes for your track.
Okay.
At least if it's the last, then you've had a great round and you've just had the last jump. So in my eyes, I'll just cut out the last jump and say I've had a really beautiful round.
See Amber's horse putting in a big effort jumping out the treble there. She just lost her reins a little bit. I think that short 8, super difficult as it is with reins. I think without reins, the circle, quite a smart idea. Again, Amber recently off ponies, so this is a big track for her. Amber would be someone you know quite well from PE?
Yes, she's...
And I'm
she's-
right in saying recently off ponies?
Yes. I think she's still on some ponies, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
So she would be 15 years old, 16 years old.
Yeah. Very talented young rider who works very hard.
Trained by Diane Snodgrass. Who did you ride with when you rode? When you're back riding, who do you ride with?
I ride with Charlene Athenall Thompson.
Okay.
Yeah, she's great.
So for such a young lady, I think good mileage gain there at this level. Good effort by Amber.
I think any arena time when you are young and up and coming is any mileage is great arena time.
And especially I think every hole that these jumps go up from 130, so every 5 centimeters that they go up from 130, I think is a big step, and it's a big deal for these young riders.
Just getting into the class and doing it.
As we see Tanya Gable kicking off her round with number 11, Eleanor. Now, from a very young rider with not too much experience at this height, we move on to another young lady, because she is under 25, but Tanya seems like she's been around forever at this level. She's been super successful. Her and Eleanor know each other backwards. They're a really good partnership. She's spent 1 or 2 seasons in Johannesburg campaigning there. And then I think has moved back to the Cape. Six strides down there beautifully. I know when she was in Johannesburg, she stabled at the lovely Manador stable setup. She was part of our team, and always good banter with Tanya. She's a very professional horsewoman, takes it very seriously. Easy as you like,
Lovely
leaves them up,
round.
and that's another one through to the jump off. So as the sun starts to go down and roast us here in the commentary box, the action is heating up outside as well. Chazelle Smith returns for her second round of the class, this time on Cosmo K, number 12. Cosmo K, a 12-year-old by Connor out of an Accord mare. Was produced for many years by Tamar Bernstein. Tamar Glicksman. See him putting in a big effort at number 2 and having a little play on landing. Giselle, another young rider who's only recently off ponies. I can't think a year or two ago was riding around the pony classes. It's amazing to see how well she's made the step up to the young rider level.
I think she's been on horses a bit longer.
Yes, for sure, than Amber, but it's still relatively new in the young rider ranks. See how well she rode that 7 strides down there to number 6. Giselle, another PE girl?
Yes, she is. Also started when she was really young, so it's been nice to watch all those young kids growing to young adults.
She's really a gutsy little rider. I saw her take a fall in the warm-up arena at Kalani Equestrian Park that many a rugby player would have laid dead on the floor. She hopped up, got back on her pony and went and skipped around for a clear round.
We're very tough in the Eastern Cape.
And she's just down there, another clear round going through to the jump-off. These young riders making light work of the Brett Weber designed Western Cape Under 25 Championship class here today. Outstanding performance by Giselle, big smiles all around, and Cosmo K looking, he knows he's done well. Summer Clarkson returns with her second ride of the class. It's number 13, the Genesis Vet Colterra. Lovely 16-year-old by Colterra. She is spicy, this mare. Looks like Summer does a really good job just keeping a lid on her. Because when they get ready to set sail, they really set sail. Another product of the Damien Stevens instructing program. See Colterra careful as a cat there, jumping out the treble combination. Giving herself nice room to canter up in the 6 from 7 to 8. I mentioned earlier, when this horse gets going, she can really fly along. You can see Summer has her work cut out, keeping the horse relaxed. Textbook position there, overnight Frank Oxer.
So it's going to be a jump off to watch.
The clear percentage rate is sitting really healthy and strong here. I don't know that Brett Weber would have anticipated this, and especially with the time pressures of today, the time constraints of today, after having to move a few classes from yesterday to today. Luckily the sun stayed up a little later here because we're going to be jumping into the early evening, I think. Our last horse to go up next, it's Commodation with Tanit Williams. Another very talented thoroughbred by JPEG out of a Western Winter mare. Tanit's been a busy girl around this arena here today. I was about to say has enjoyed quite some success. Commentators curse as she has an early rail there at number 2. This horse looks super keen to do his job, as most thoroughbreds are. Always thinking forward. Big effort to get out the treble there. Really big, really big effort by Commodation. Whoa. Laying a toe on the back rail. These safety cups fall for nothing. She cleared your jump, the blue steel jump.
She did, and it's been a jump that many had cleared
I was
today.
going to say, I don't know that I've seen it fall
I
at all
also
today.
don't think I've seen it fall.
There you go, competitors. If you've enjoyed clearing the blue steel fence today, you can show your appreciation by doing some shopping at their store here at the show.
Am I right in saying you guys have a promo code for the show?
We do on the online store, and it is Robert 2025. So if you shop online and you enter your coupon code Robert 2025, you will get a 10% discount on your cart.
There you go. So if you've tuned into the live streaming today, you'd save yourself some money. So we're going to wait just for the judges to confirm those horses going through to the jump off. But it looks like it's going to be a fast one. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll have the jump off of the Western Cape Under 25 Champs, sponsored by Apex Animal Health, for you shortly. So viewers, welcome back to this, the jump off of the Western Cape Under 25 Championship, sponsored by Apex. When we get underway, our first rider to go will be Chazelle Smith. She brings in Diamond Susie Q. She'll be followed by Amy McCall. She brings in Blue Equestrian Gold to Blue. Then we'll have Robin Salter and Fresh Cadet Silver Moon. Tanya Gable and Eleanor Chazelle Smith again on Cosmo K. Summer Claassen, Regenesis Vet Coltera, rounding out our jump off here today. They'll be jumping over jump 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5A and 5B. And we're in for a hell of a jump off here. And I think just while we have a gap, Amy wanted to chat to you a little bit about Blue Steel Equestrian and what you guys are all about. It's an equestrian store.
That's correct. And we have our own brand, which is obviously the Blue Steel Equestrian brand. And so we basically, in a nutshell, do everything for the horses except for saddles and bits.
Okay. And do you only stock horse products or any other animal products as well?
No, so in our retail store in PE, we stock other animal products, so cats, dogs. We've started a bit of birds, rabbits. On the online store, we've got the dog blankets, so they're the rain jackets for the dogs. And slowly, I want to also branch out into growing that range.
Fantastic. And what is the website?
It's www.blue-steel.co.za.
Okay, alright. And what sort of, so mostly horse products there?
Yes, mostly horse products, and most popular, what we're actually known for, are blankets. We have quite a wide range of blankets, from flower sheets, Stenenberry sheets, fleeces, sable duvets, apple rugs, rain sheets, yeah.
Is Georgia Warwick, is she one of your sponsored riders?
Not anymore, but actually there's a background there. Her family started Blue Steel.
Okay, that's the link. I don't know why I always think of her when I see the name. Okay.
Yes, so her family started Blue Steel, and we're actually very good family friends. And we bought from them in 2013.
Okay. And viewers, if you weren't tuned website if you're doing any online shopping with winter just around the corner. Probably a good time to get some blankets.
That's correct, and the coupon code is ROBERG2025, and you can receive a 10% discount. It's only this weekend, so don't delay the shopping.
There you go, viewers. It's just kicked off on track. Diamond Susie Q. See her making her way around to jump number 2. It's a very left sweep. It's going to be interesting to see how tight they can turn up to number 3.
So, what a way to start our jump off. Giselle Smith kicks us off with a clear round.
Better? Listen. Better?
Just waiting for the time to be confirmed there. Second to go in this jump off, we have Amy McCow. She brings in number 5, Blue Equestrian, Go to Blue. Clear over 6. Clears that number 7 at the second jump. Big left sweep round to 2. This horse is deceivingly quick across the ground. Amy a master at taking the shortest route in between fences. Oh, she's landed. She's quick there. She's quick back to the double. Easy as you like. Leaves it up. Comes home clear. So Amy McCow comes home clear into the lead.
Was a very committed round.
Yeah, a few gremlins here in the timing system. Or maybe the judges are just holding us in suspense. Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, we're not linked to the timing equipment here at the show. 34.95. That is the time to beat. Looking to do just that. It's Tanya Gable up next. Eleanor. I think Amy was quicker than her here. Good shot at number 2. Oh. Can be quite distracting for the horses when they jump on an angle over that Sabrina Love jump, because they're going right into the back of the Knight Frank Oxer. Seven strides easy. She's elected to go around after having that early rail. So finishes with just the 1 down in that second round. Good effort by Tanya and Eleanor. So our leading time at the moment, Amy McCow, Go to Blue. Blue Equestrians, Go to Blue. Clear round in a time of 34.95. So I think we're going to wait a second and give Giselle Smith just a few moments to change horses. And she'll be coming back for her second round in this jump off on Cosmo K. Looking to hunt down that time of Amy's, 34.95. So at the moment, with just 2 left to go, Amy McCow has earned herself a place on the podium. She can do no worse than third. And if Giselle Smith or Sana Klaasen want to take top honors here today, they have to come home in a time quicker than 34.95. In your professional riding opinion, where do you think these riders can cut some seconds out in this jump off?
I definitely think from number 7 to 2 and from 2 around.
Okay,
I definitely think it's a course where you can really land and do the turns and cut some time around the course.
it's interesting to see though, because like Amy never looked like she was hassling her horse at all. She just is
Yeah.
such a pro at keeping the horses on the tightest line to each
Yeah.
fence.
I think the thing is you got to just stick to the inner side of your corners.
Yeah, I think that's a great advice. Sticking to the shortest line possible around the track. Other than the inside turn at the end from 4 to 5, I think everything else is just about taking the neatest line.
Yeah.
Very speedy changeover by Chazelle Smith. She returns on Cosmo K. Let's see if she can chase down that time of 34.95 set by Amy McCow. Oh. Strange. The horse almost looked like it was hanging a bit to the gate there. No problem second time round. Again, just to add, I mean, how young Chazelle Smith is at this level.
Yeah. And I must say
Remarkable to see her competing against
and
the big guns here.
And also having two horses.
That changeover was
Yeah.
super slick. So we have one fancy grey horse in the lead. Blue Equestrians go to blue. The only one that can upset the apple cart here at the end, Sanna Klaasen. She brings in another speedy grey, Regenesis vet Coltera. I said in the first round, she knows how to go quick, and that this mare is super slick across the ground. It's going to be interesting to see so early in the season. Does she let the horse take its reins? She's quick 1 to 2 and maybe a fraction wide around that double. Good angle though at the Sabrina Love vertical. Amy was so quick in her rollbacks though as well. Oh, little rub at that green vertical, but it stays up. One from home. Leaves it up.
Good round.
Another lovely clear round. .37,53 is the time. Looks like good enough for second place as we stand. So last to go, Janine van Sommeren, Bowman's Drake. Young lady with a lot of experience. Knows how to chase down a quick time. She's always super organized. See, she lands turning left there. She's tight and moving. Oh, good shot.
Very smooth.
Yeah, gets the one she would have wanted out that turn. Sets the horse up well for the inside turn. This is going to be quick. Good shot. Oh, heartbreak at the last. What a good round.
I think that would have been quite a close one.
It's going to be interesting to see if she had the time. Here, trainer Damien Stevens there. Would have been good enough to go into second place. 36.01. So it looks like, unofficially, our winner of the Western Cape Under 25 Championship class is Amy McCow, and Blue Equestrians go to Blue. I think she would have been a firm favourite at the beginning of the class, having won a big title like the South African Championship before on that horse. So fantastic result for them early on in this season. Amy, while we have a moment and we're waiting for these riders to make their way in for the prize giving, I just want to say thank you so much for joining me, and I'm looking forward to having you in studio a little bit tomorrow to chat more about Blue Steel Equestrian and everything that you guys are involved in.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been great, and yeah, I look forward to tomorrow.
Good luck with the rest of your pregnancy,
Thank you.
and enjoy getting back into the saddle afterwards. I know it's a long wait.
It is a long wait, and it's quite when you see the horses standing in the stable, it's like, oh, you feel great, so you just want to actually get on, but got to be safe.
Okay, well, I'm sure the wait will be worth it. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll pick up with you tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you.
So viewers, welcome back, and we have the official results in for the Apex sponsored Western Cape Under 25 Championship. Taking the win here in a very exciting class is Amy McCow, and Blue Equestrian go to Blue. Giselle Smith comes in a close second, riding Diamond Susie Q. Sanna Klaasen rounding out our podium with Regenesis vet Colterra, and Janine van Sommeren, Bowman's Drake, rounding out our prizes in 4th place. I'm joined by a very special guest for the prize giving, and hopefully we can steal a few moments of his time. I was just teasing now. I'd like to call him something more official, but he introduced himself to me earlier as Tom. So Dr. Tom, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Sten, thanks a lot for having us. Great pleasure to be here, and I just want to say to you, well done on the job you're doing here today. You're keeping everyone entertained effortlessly. I tell you, it's bloody hard work to be able to say something about everyone who does these courses. And what the audience out there doesn't know is Sten's sitting here in the solid afternoon sun, working on his tan. And I've been here for 5 minutes. It's pleasant now, but I can see that it's rapidly going to become quite hard work. So well done to you on a great day's commentary.
Thank you. I think commentating is far less important than saving lives, Tom. So for those of you watching at home, Tom is part of the Equine-Librium team, massive part of the Equine-Librium team. Tell us a little bit about your job title there at Equine-Librium, Tom.
Well, before I get started, if I might just say a big thank you. Because we obviously here are really grateful for all the support we get at these shows, and I can't actually believe every time we have a show here how many of our garden route neighbours from George and PE arrive, and we're always blown away by the participation from the Cape Town people who travel all the way here. It's a 6-hour plus drive, and they have to negotiate the trouble of movement permits. So it's just so nice to be supported by everyone and see the same faces here again and again. It's really great.
Well, I think sold out entries time after time obviously means that you guys are doing something right here, as we see our judge for the day, Mr. Butcher, going out to hand out first place to Amy McCow, and Blue Equestrians go to Blue. It's a fantastic young horse. Has been so successful already in his career. You can see quite quirky. Has a South African Championship title to his name, that horse. So great result for them here today.
I had the pleasure of meeting him earlier this week due to some shenanigans.
You treat him?
No, just he had a small just sort of mishap on the travel, but really nothing serious, and he was looking fantastic, and he was a lovely horse to work with.
There you go. You see, when you get Dr. Tom working on your horses, you end up in pole position here in these classes.
Had little to do with me, but yes, it was lovely to work with such a nice horse. He really is a charming character. I got told that he could be full of nonsense, but he really was a gentleman.
You obviously had him on a good day, because I've seen him cheeky. Taking second place here in this class, Chazelle Smith on Diamond Susie Q. Third place, Sanna Klaasen, Regenesis Vet Colterra. And rounding out our prizes, Janine van Sommeren, Bowman's Drake. Fantastic riding from all those young ladies here today. I think great result for Amy. Lovely to see her back on the podium after she'd had a short break from the riding. I think we're going to see our riders dismounting to go take their place on the podium.
I'm really impressed with these youngsters. You know, sitting here on the side of the arena, these meter 30 jumps look like 2 meters to me.
Six of these fences were set at 135, so it was a 130/135. And I think, I mean, being am I right in saying a horse physiotherapist?
I'm actually a veterinarian.
You're a vet, so you're like the real deal. You're a boss. There you go. You're a boss vet. So being a vet, you'll know exactly what goes into keeping these horses at peak performance. And I think so early in the season, Tom, it's a big deal to have these horses running in the red already so early.
And it's a long season.
Speaks to the professionalism of these young ladies.
Very impressive, really impressive to see. And quality horses. Wow, every year there's just better and better genetics. There really is some lovely horses in the country here, and it's awesome to see show jumping going from strength to strength. It's fantastic.
Lovely to see Damian Stevens getting some recognition with his pupils here on the podium. Great result for Team Stevens today. High fives all round for their team as we see the young ladies getting off the mounting block. Hopefully being able to mount their horses again. I know Go to Blue can be a little quirky getting on. Yeah. Heart in your throat every time. No, he's well behaved today. Big crowd here, Tom. Is this normal? It's my first day here, but I mean, this is quite a turnout for a Saturday afternoon class.
No, this is lekker. You know, we've had some big shows here, and
that's how you know we're in South Africa. This is lekker. It really is lekker, and I think if you were to live in Joburg, you'd realize how lekker this place really is.
No, we're a bit spoiled, hey. We really are. You know, when I moved to Plett to take up this position at Equine-Librium, I thought to myself, you know, what are these people doing setting up a physiotherapy college in Plett? You must be mad. You have to go to a respectable site like Kyalami or Summerveld to open up an equine college.
You mentioned two of my hometowns. I grew up in Summerveld and I now live in Kyalami.
There we go. So
but I think you're right. You guys have a world-class facility here as we see our prize winners leading off on their lap of honor. Massive congrats to those 4 young ladies, especially Amy McCall taking the win here on Blue Equestrians. Go to Blue. Tom,
but
talking about this facility that you say, setting up in the middle of Plett, a little bit like you think a holiday destination, not an equestrian setup. And wow, you drive into this place, it is next level, it's world class here.
We're very lucky. We've got some fantastic facilities. So here at the college, we've got actually 4 entities operating out of this location. So we've got the college, which is the core and the center of everything. And here we train veterinary physiotherapists. So we offer a 4-year BSc degree registered with Department of Higher Education, Council of Higher Education, and the South African Vet Council. And that's a 4-year professional BSc degree, after which you'll qualify as a registered professional veterinary physiotherapist. So that's the core facility. And then associated with it, you've got the Equine-Librium stables. You know Ivan and Savannah very well, and they travel the country with their Equine-Librium truck. So
and all their pupils
I'm
following.
Sure, yes, their entourage of minions. And then in addition to stables, we've also got a physiotherapy, Equine-Librium physiotherapy clinic. There's one branch here in Plett, but as many of you will know, there's branches throughout the country. I think currently the clinics are employing 18 physiotherapists working around the country. So if you're looking for some experts physiotherapy treatment of your animals, best to give one of those Equine-Librium clinics a shout.
And just to speak to the service that you guys offer, I mean, I was lucky enough to enjoy one of your, I think it was Paige van Rensburg,
Yes, Paige.
treating one of my horses at the last show, and I must say I'm hooked. You'd have to go into more depth to explain exactly what your physios offer at away shows and that, but I mean, my horse has never looked or felt better at that show. She was outstanding. I say mine, I own her, my wife rides her, but I've never seen the horse look better ever in my life. She was absolutely phenomenal. And you know, as you know, you can train as much as you want, you can be the best jockey in the world. It all comes down to sound, healthy horses at the end of the day. If an athlete's not feeling at the top of their game, you're not going to get the results you're looking for, no matter how good your training regime is.
I think what you've said there is backed up with quite a bit of evidence. If you don't have a horse feeling its best, it's not going to compete to its ultimate ability. And really, I mean, the role of the physiotherapist, the profession was promulgated in South Africa in 2018, so it's a new thing, and people don't know much about veterinary physiotherapists and what a properly trained physiotherapist can achieve. But there's many roles.
Well, I can tell our viewers a little bit. It's almost like you guys carry around a magic wand, because I must say that horse was fantastic at the last show. It almost looked like she grew dapples on her dapples like overnight after being treated.
Well, I think that's the job all the physios want to be doing, and that's working with performance horses that are actually well, but can do better. You know, if you think about yourself,
adding the cherry on the top.
Yeah,
kind of
when
thing.
you do a bit of exercise, it's not unusual to wake up stiff the next day. There's nothing wrong with you. You've just done a bit of work. There's some lactic acid in your muscles, and you need a little bit of help. And so the job that I think everyone enjoys, if you're a physio, is working with these sport horses that are actually in their prime, doing well, not broken, but you can get the most out of them with a proper maintenance treatment and a plan. You know, better yet is if you've got a physio who sees your horse regularly and can help you prep for your competitions.
Absolutely.
You know, when you've got shows every second weekend, every third
I'm
weekend.
already on that. I'm already on that now.
You need to sort of have the horse feeling its best. You know, it just gets your recovery down, and they can help you not just with treating sort of muscular pain that might accumulate after a little bit of exercise, but also with doing the right exercises. If you have an area that's weak, that the horse isn't muscling like it should, you know, what do we need to improve core strength, to improve stability, to get the horse loading the different areas that it's not, working from behind, using its neck, bending through the body. So there's a lot to it. And then of course there's the medical rehabilitation side to it as well, post-surgery, pre-surgery, injury related sort of issues, and then rehabilitation programs. Your horse maybe has a tendon or ligament injury, and you've got to look at how do we get the strongest tendon or ligament after a 12-month rehab program. Well, you know, your physiotherapist should be able to advise you in that regard.
Talking a little bit about all those different areas of physiotherapy, tell us a bit about the facilities that you guys have here, maybe specifically towards rehab.
Well, we've got all the toys, you know. We've got our
Yeah, that's
CEO,
what I want to hear about. I
Renelle,
love the
to thank
toys.
for that. Yeah, Renelle, she does love the toys, and thank goodness for that, because we love her for it. So we've got all the fancy things. I don't know if you've had a chance to walk past that vibration plate.
I have. Is that the Aquatread?
The Aquatread's the group that make it. They've made our underwater treadmill. We've got a lovely underwater treadmill for dogs and for horses here,
Which makes every person that's never used an aqua treadmill, I mean, makes them envious. We all wish we had one if we could.
Yeah. If you want to put top line on, let me tell you, there's no greater toy than an underwater treadmill. Fantastic. Anyway, yeah, they make the vibration plates as well, and those vibration plates are an incredibly useful tools. Not something we've had available in South Africa at a cost-effective sort of price point, and now we are. Excuse me a second. Now we've got them available in a very, very competitive price. I think they're going to be talking to you sometime tomorrow. But yeah, we're just overjoyed to have those vibration plates. We're helping develop them at the moment so that we can release a product that is really useful for conditioning horses. In terms of the facilities here, the last entity I didn't mention was the veterinary practice. So myself and Dr. Bronwyn, who you just saw walk up there, we run a small veterinary practice. We just do lameness. So we don't, luckily we don't spend much time in the night with colic horses or anything like that.
But you say that as if you're avoiding the colics and that, but it's not really. It's almost just honing in your skill as a professional soundness vet.
You know, there's so much to learn about animals. I mean, I think I'll be doing this for the rest of my life and learning. And so, yeah, it does make sense to focus on a specific area, and then you can do a little bit more. And we have all the toys, you know, we can do the IRAP and the PRP and the stem cells, and we've got a lovely ultrasound machine, X-ray machine. Yeah, we're very blessed here. We do have nice toys. And on the physio side as well, shockwave, laser, the works, you know. we've got it all here. So I think that's probably one of the strong points of the Equine-Librium physio group, is that Renel's made damn sure they've got all the best toys, and those do make a difference.
And
know?
you
It's not
mentioned
just
that
about it, but yes.
you mentioned 18 or so different physios across
Yeah,
the
throughout
country.
the country,
So you
yeah.
guys service, can I use the word service? You service the whole country.
Essentially, I think, especially in the major centres,
Yes.
Kyalami, Cape Town, Summerveld area.
One of your
PE.
sponsored riders would be Charlie Crockett, am I right in saying?
Oh, you're asking the wrong questions to
I'm
me.
pretty
I'm afraid,
sure.
but I
I've
think
seen
you- I
I've
think you'd
seen
be
I've
likely
seen
to
the
be
branding
right.
there, and I mean,
Yes.
if any of our young riders and that at home want to aspire to win as much as Charlie and Ivan and the likes, I think you'd be doing well to get the Equine-Librium team on your side. Just from my personal experience, I think you guys do an amazing job at keeping the horses sound and happy. And like we said earlier, sound horses win prizes.
Yeah, it's
Even despite bad jockeys, they still win good prizes.
in spite of, hey.
So if you're thinking of having more riding lessons, or just changing vets and physios, might be easier to just change vets and physios, win you some results.
No, I think you're overemphasizing our importance here, but yes, it's lovely. It's a privilege to be able to work with these awesome horses that we see here today, and we're grateful in our jobs to be so lucky as to be involved in events like this. So yeah.
In an area like
In
this
an
to
area like
boot.
this, yeah, it's not so bad in Africa.
So Tom, I just want to thank you for your time this afternoon. I know we're going to be spending a bit more time with the Equine-Librium team tomorrow, going through exactly what you guys are all about, how people get in contact with you, how they register to come and study here, XY, all of that stuff, all the good stuff. Nice to meet one of the people behind the brand. Thank you very much for your time. I know you're a busy man, and we'll meet up tomorrow and chat a bit more.
Thanks very much for having me on here, Sten. And yeah, I think tomorrow you'll speak to Marinette, who's our principal, and I'm sure she can tell you a little bit more about the course and the ins and the outs, and if you're interested in becoming a vet
I always
physio.
get nervous when you mention about principles, like take me back to high school days, and I think I'm going to be in trouble, but that sounds quite educational. Looking forward to it.
I'm sure you're a well-behaved student, man.
No comment. So I'll let you go get back to
Thanks
your
for
real
having
job.
me.
Thanks so
Thanks
much
very
for
much for
joining me,
having
Tom. Viewers, that is Tom from Equine-Librium. I still don't know his real name.
Tom Avondale, yeah.
Tom Avondale, Dr. Avondale. There you
Yeah,
go.
there we
Am I
go.
right in saying? So thanks so much, Tom, for that interview. Viewers, we're going to kick off next with our 90 centimeter A2 competition. Our first horse to go will be Diamonds Azure. centimeter A2 competition. Kicking us off for this class, we're going to have Candice Lee Jolliffe. She brings in number 3, Huntress Valerie. So our first speed class of the day, meaning the horses will have to set the fastest time from jumps 1 to 10. Candice quick over 1, 2, 3 as she makes her left turn back to the Dunlop double here, just in front of our commentary box. Ooh, sneaky inside line there to the Knight Frank Oxer at number 5. And again keeping it tight on the inside line to the Blue Steel Vertical at 6. Huntress Valerie looking like she means business here. Tail swishing. Clears the last. One down at number 7. So 4 faults at number 7. Leaves her on just the 4 in that round. Looks like we've got a and Huntress Valerie made that inside line to number 5 look very easy. Our next two riders have not found those inside lines as easy as it looked. Next up, number 5, Camelot stud Princess Allegra with Katie Birchall riding for the Camelot stud. Katie looking super organized from 1 to 2 here. Allegra having a little buck and a porpoise on the way down there to number 3.
Yeah, I just started.
Oh, another horse not really enjoying the look of that night. Frank Oxer at number 5. So, proving to be quite a testing track here that Brett Webber has set this afternoon for the 90 centimetre A2 competition. Looking to try give us our second clear round for the class. Up next, Rachel Eel. She brings in number 6, Alexander. Feel like at this stage in the class, our riders just need to be looking at putting together a sensible clear round. They'll be in the prizes here this afternoon. Uses her voice to good effect on the turn round to 2. Another horse enjoying themselves here in the fresh sea breeze. Rachel's got to keep it together here. This last line, can she leave it up? 5 strides down the 6 stride distance, comes home clear. Comes home clear in a time of 49.25. Ava Hall up next. She brings in number 7, Ziggy Stardust, riding for owner Karen Hall. Clear over number 1. Easy on the 7 strides from 2 to 3. She's electing to go round to the double at number 4. Leaves it up again, opting for the straight approach to number 5, which now has the sun sort of setting directly behind it, casting a few shadows in front of that jump. No problem for Ziggy Stardust. Good, and we have one clear and we have another. Good. Lovely clear round for Ava Hall and Ziggy Stardust. Number 8 up next, King Solomon and Kiara Todorov. Just being greeted by some South African show jumping history. Roger Hessen down here in Plet, man who has his Springbok colours, plying his trade as a coach here at Robberg Equestrian Park. Ooh. That inside line from 4 to 5 proving to be quite tricky for these 90 centimetre horses. The riders are dead set on giving it a go. Second time round, no problem for King Solomon. So number 9 up next, Frosty Baruch with Tony Duplessis, riding for Lana Tiernison. Western Cape Under 25 Championship. Okay, viewers, so that looks like that will bring to an end our live streaming here today at Robberg Equestrian Park. We hope you've enjoyed the jumping as much as we have here. Huge congrats to Amy McCall taking the big win in the Under 25 Western Cape Championship here today. Don't forget to join us tomorrow. We'll be kicking off the day at 8 o'clock. We've got all our championship classes lined up tomorrow. The big one, Equine-Librium Grand Prix, 140, 145 class. The Feuerberg Wines, 130, 135 Mini Grand Prix. The Grape Alliance 120 Championship. The Beamer sponsored 1 meter, 1 meter 10 pony Mini Grand Prix. The Buco 110 Championship. Maximum Animal Health 1 meter Championship. The Animation 90 centimeter Championship. The Fulvic Health Pony 90 centimeter Championship. And our Scope Veterinary Physio 70 centimeter Championship. All those classes can be viewed here on our live stream tomorrow. Just a massive shout out to all of our sponsors here at the show. For the live streaming, big thank you to Blue Steel Equestrian, Maximum Animal Health and Aqua Tread. For the Grooms Buckets, Nova Zonastral, Horse Etc. Tax Store, Ebb and Flow, George, Equine-Librium Goodie Bags. And additional sponsors, the Mounting Block, Horse Etc. Tax Store, and then to Knight Frank for sponsoring the Championship Series. Massive shout out to all of those people for making this show the event that it has been. Lastly, our final thanks to all of our sponsors for today. Equine-Librium, Blue Steel, Maximum Health and Aqua Tread, our 4 main title sponsors for the show. And then to Knight Frank, Feuerberg, Nova Zonastral, Buco, Ebb and Flow Stables, Apex, Horse ETC Tack Shop, The Mounting Block, Animotion, Beamer, Grape Alliance Marketing, Fulvic Health, and Scope Veterinary Physiotherapy. Huge shout out to all those sponsors for making it such an event today. And a big thank you to Open Plan Pictures for bringing you all the action. Don't forget to tune in to TCS Live tomorrow. We'll have all those championship classes for you. So viewers, I hope you've enjoyed the jumping as much as we have here today at this magnificent venue. 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow, we'll be kicking off with all the action. Don't miss it.